Mawe Tena Peace Campaign. At this juncture, I want to recognize the presence of ForumCiv of Eastern and Southern Africa Director, who was just arrived to be with us today. And also, I want to officially start, because of time, to recognize or to introduce myself. My name is Stephen Okwan. I serve with Talanta Africa. And that we have a representation from the church who was supposed to come and officially start. So we are going to allow the DJ to do his thingy as we invite the church after the opening, the pace, and also to make us understand why we are here and the objectives that we intend to realize. We're going to invite Mr. Steve Biko, who is going to do that. And then later on, we have an amazing team of thespians from Rona Foundation who are coming to do for us, to present for us one item, like we normally call it drama. That is the common name, drama. So they are also having a piece that they're going to showcase just after us setting pace for the day. Over to you, DJ Dimori.
Linga linga Samutio wasika ringo, samutio wasika mure, utio talinga linga mtio, linga linga. Utio talinga linga, yes utio talinga linga, utio talinga linga, utio talinga linga. Samutiona, alinga linga, samutiona, alinga linga, samukedona, alinga linga, samukedona. Kokaneni Yesu, mangongema. Sikaneno chokore, imanyongema. Yesu rateko, sikaneno loyogi, loyogi, yorabiri. Isatingo tunga malo, osiapa isewiro yagi momenye. Okiweyo wasigoloya, kokaneni Yesu, kimangongema. Kokaneni na.
Thank you so much. So we have with us the church, representation from St. Michael SK Church, who are going to open for us with a word of prayer, officially welcome us to the facility. So over to you, please.
Praise God. We thank God for this wonderful day, and we welcome you all to SEK, St. Michael's, and All Angels Cathedral. Feel most welcome and feel at Jesus' feet. And I'm Brian Sewe, one of the pastors at the cathedral, and we are happy and glad to be with you here. I think you've been given the direction towards our facilities and everything. So I'll request us all just to rise up, and we want to pray. As we start, I'll request my brother Tony to come over and pray with us as we start.
Okay, let us believe and pray. Oh, precious Lord, our hearts are full of gratitude because you've made it for us. Thank you, Lord, for this opportunity just to gather here and organize ourselves. We want to call for your presence to be with us as we want to begin this occasion until it is done. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Aya, tunaweza kaa. See, the dean is not around, but we are around. He knows that you are here. So karibuni sana. Mungu awabariki. Tutakuwa na nyinyi hadi tamati. Asanteni.
Ai, makofi jamani. Asante sana maaskofu. Thank you much for the welcome and for the prayer. I'm reminded that if you are in here and you've not registered, please do make way to the registration desk so that you're registered before you come in. To remind us that this is the Jumuika Sikika Mtaani Nyanza edition, brought to you by ForumCiv, together with the partners Andy, Zitarusha Mawe Tena Peace Campaign, Atalanta Africa, and Rona Foundation. Before we go, into the set, call upon a camarade to do this for us. Any camarade? Yes, Willie, national anthem. Or the DJ will do it for us. So let's just be on our feet. Over to you.
Ilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much. We can have our seats, and of course a round of applause to the national anthem. Thank you. In a show of solidarity, viva! Viva, comrades, viva! More power to young people, more power. More power to widows, more power. Viva, comrades, viva. As he majestically walks in, I want to recognize the presence of Mr. Jackson Obare, who has also come here to grace us with his presence. Makofi kwake. Asante sana. Well, but of course, I'm also going to co-host by an amazing team of two, Kamaradi Willie and Kamaradi Achoki. Kamaradi Willie, please, you can make it to the stage. You give us some few chants. Viva, Willie, viva! Thank you. So you can give us a chant or two before we invite Mr. Biko.
Viva, comrades, viva! Viva the people, viva! More power to the people, more power! More power to the young people, more power! More power to the women of Africa, more power! More power to the widows, more power! Long live the struggle, long live! Before tuanze, kwa majina naitwa Willie Otienda. To Amor, kachunge mbele huo dieching makauono. Ningependa before tuanze, tunaweza rise up tu kidogo so that tuimbe tu wimbo. Kama ni nyingi ni mbili. Ndio? Tufunzane wimbo, sisi hatuimbagi zile wimbo za kina Odos Jasuba, kiani wage. Mago wakiaga, lakini tunaimbaga conscious music. Wawero wende moko nyaloge mo lock rock community wadonge. Neoganda. Koro songs more that we sing ni zile tu za mapinduzi, za kimapambano, si ndio? And it is simple. Leo tumekutana ni siku njema na lazima tukue na changes, si ndio? So it's simple. Nataka tu venye nitaimba iwachogania na oloto ini timonade. Au moto ini? Sawa. So simple. Nataka nifanye tu test, alafu mtarudia, si ndio? Ni simple. Leo leo ni leo, kuna mambo leo, leo ni leo, mapambano. Sawa? Umesikia? Leo ni leo, kuna mambo. Alafu leo ni leo, mapambano. Sawa? Yako ni kurudia tu hiyo. Mimi nasema vitu zangu, but nikimaliza wewe unasema tu leo ni leo, kuna mambo, leo ni leo, mapambano. But of course na tune. Sawa? Leo ni leo, kuna mambo leo, leo ni leo, mapambano, kuna mambo leo.
Leo ni leo, mapambano.
Leo ni leo, kuna mambo leo, leo ni leo, mapambano.
Leo ni leo, kuna mambo leo ni leo, mapambano.
Just cut it. Nataka iko as organic as possible. Sawa? Make sure tukiwa kwa room, your voice should be the loudest in the room. Sawa? Before usikie kuanya kiimba, hebu jisikie kiimba ja. Sawa? Simesema mnataka tu ni mapambano, ama tunataka kuleta kuliberate Bondo. Wadwani jomani kucho jo apiko kaongeni wadwaro mapambano, na leo ni leo kuna mambo, ndio? So I want you people to sing. Okay? Leo ni leo, kuna mambo leo, leo ni leo, mapambano.
Leo ni leo, mapambano. Leo ni leo, kuna mambo.
Leo ni leo, kuna mambo leo ni leo, mapambano.
Leo ni leo, kuna mambo. Leo ni leo, mapambano.
Leo ni leo, kuna mambo leo ni leo, mapambano.
Leo ni leo, kuna mambo. Leo ni leo, mapambano.
Mama musilale, kuna mambo leo ni leo, mapambano.
Leo ni leo, kuna mambo. Leo ni leo, mapambano.
Inchi gani?
Kenya.
Inchi gani? Kenya wanataka tukufe njaa. Inchi gani?
Kenya.
Inchi gani?
Kenya.
Inchi gani?
Kenya.
Wanataka tukufe njaa. Inchi gani?
Kenya.
Inchi gani?
Kenya.
Inchi gani?
Kenya.
Wanataka tukufe. Vitabu karo
wamepandisha
na renti
wamepandisha,
wanataka tukufe. Na school fees
wamepandisha,
na school fees
wamepandisha,
na school fees wanataka tu. Viva comrades, viva!
Viva!
Tio, tio!
Tio!
Tio, tio!
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 Tio, mama, tio!
Tio!
Tio, mama, tio!
Tio!
Kusa, kusa! Kusa, kusa! Kusa balangase! Tio, tio!
Tio!
Tio, tio!
Tio!
Tio, mama, tio! Tio, mama, tio!
Tio!
Kusa, kusa! Kusa balangase! I have a message! A message.
Hey, hey,
I have a message.
hey,
For Kenyans.
hey,
I have a message.
hey,
For Bondo.
hey, hey,
Freedom is coming.
hey,
Tonight.
hey, hey,
Freedom is coming.
hey,
Today.
hey, hey,
Form the unit
hey,
and fight.
hey,
Form the unit
hey,
and fight.
hey.
Shoot to kill. Corruption. Shoot to kill. GBV. Shoot to kill. Police brutality. Viva comrades, viva! More power to the people, more power! Forward to social justice, forward! Long live the struggle, long live! Down with corruption, down! Down with police brutality, down! Down with political anarchy, down! Long live the struggle, long live! More power to our women, more power! More power to the young people, more power! Viva comrades, viva! Asante sana.
Makofi kwao, makofi kwao, makofi kwao. Hey. Ochakra chaka. Omoke ole yal, omoke. Omoke. Koso ole piawa. Tumwagie maji. Tuongeze fuel. Tuongeze fuel. Correct. Amazing. Thank you so much, Kamaradi, for the chance. At this point, I want to welcome to at least come and tell us mbona tuko hapa. Mbona tuko hapa. Of course tushaongea mbona tuko hapa, lakini tunataka kuachieve nini, sivyo? Makofi kwake akija.
Asante sana Super MC. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Good morning. Waya uru. Uchie unadi. Comrades viva. Lakini thanks to Comrade Willie and the team. Nimeona psyche imeanza kupanda, right? Leo tumejumuika hapa jinsi our slogan inasema. Jumuika Sikika Mtaani. Tieneni mondo wariure wabed kanyakla mondo duondo mondo timre nadi winjre. Aneno kara uriek kara wasekalo penj, right? Najaribu kusema kuwa tunapokaa pamoja sauti zetu zikaweza kusikika, kwa sababu hapa tulipo kuna shida ambazo tunapitia sisi kama wananchi, si ndio? Dongentie shida mwakale kaka mondliete. Dongentie mwakale kaka vijende. Kendo kaka katamna students. Ama kuna shida zile ambazo tunapitia, ama the PWDs. Si kuna challenges tunapitia. Juzi kukiwa na floods. Nani hakuathirika? Kumodake. Donginge ng'ata chiel mane ok nyal move from one station to another, and especially the PW hadi nyingine. Haya, wakati wa drought pia tunapata shida. Hatupati chakula cha kutosha. Juzi watoto wameingia shule, si ndio? Kuna wale wako high school, kuna wale wako primary school, wengine wako colleges and campus. Ile help ambayo government ilikuwa inatoa kusaidia wananchi ama kusaidia watoto wasiojiweza. Kuna mzazi ambaye rahisi nyati ni masomo. Yeah? Hakuna, si ndio? Haya, maana chiel. Nyocha wangeni go ng'anene lweny. Donge nyiko ni go ng'anene lweny malo kuchocho. Donge ung'eyo. Mane okelo gimoro miluongo ni broad based government. To a broad based government no. Be onge. Koso sukari kidhi duka to koro yudo ka bei imepungua kwa sababu kuko broad based government. Bado iko juu, si ndio? Sasa haya ni baadhi ya masuala ambayo tunapitia. Mimi nimeweza tu labda kudokeza tu zile ambazo mimi kama Steve napitia. Lakini hapo ulipo, I'm sure there is one or two things that you're feeling pressed with, that you feel you need to air out, right? And so Jumuika Sikika is a session or a platform that was curated by ForumCiv. Migaono mar ForumCiv. No curate Jumuika Sikika Mtaani ni mondo jogo jopinyu bed kanyakla gi jotelo. Ibed jotelo mo e county, obed MP, obed MCA kata ward admin. Kata mna migao mogo mag dongruok. Right? Mondo mikapo ni nitie shida go mukale to ginyalo konyo moro tenda kuwa tukaweza kuibua yale masuala ambayo yanatuathiri pale tunapoishi. Ndiposa tukaweza kuzinakili viongozi ambao watakuwemo miongoni mwetu, wakaweza kuchukua zile hoja na kuweza kutupatia suluhu au kutupatia commitment ya kufuatilia. Ber koso kuber. Koso udwani waroma tuwuo basa wadogi. Okamano dongo mano kuber. Tiene ni gimoro mwa ibuaka nyaka bed gimoro ma kaponi en wach moro man ndara moro ma chanduga. endara manogo pesa ni ijengwe. Labda ilitolewa pesa ijengwe mwaka uliopita au labda 2022, lakini bado haijajengwa. Hayo ndio maswala ambayo tungependa kusikia. Iwapo labda ni hospitali, dispensary, hakuna dawa. Hayo ndio maswala ambayo tungependa kusikia. Kwa hivyo mimi ni kuwahimiza mkaweza kufungua roho zenu na kuongea. Eka wayudu kaka wanya lokonyo shida mwatinde nadi mwakale. Koka wacho mangencho dade ne super MC microphone. Comrade Stephen, asante sana for the chance. I think I've done justice to it. And yeah. Tumpigie makofi anapokuja.
Asante sana. We still recognize the presence of ForumCiv. We have a lineup of performances, activist performances. Hatoka tuka tumekaa tukiongea, si ndio? Tutakuwa pia na ilungone engadete nywa. So we have activists in the house. Activist. Swali ni activist ni nani? Ada. Activist nani? Who can describe who an activist is? Kuna zawadi, by the way. Kuna zawadi. Arrow. Correct. Sawa.
Hello. Amoso woot no kwe uru comrades.
Okwe.
Erokamano. Activist en ng'at ma participate kelo wach to wacho ne jopiny to nyiso jopiny wach matimore. Mae ng'ama iluongo ni activist.
Okay. Activist. Makofi kwa mzee bwana. Ama kijana. Gen Z. Sawa, so tuko na introduction ya activist. Then tuko na activist. Activist ni nani? Ni activist. Sitaki anybody from Talanta. Amisi, pass the microphone huko nyuma. ARTIVISM.
Hi. As per my understanding, activist is someone who uses art to pass an information that can bring change in the community or in the society. Thank you.
Uyuni? Uyuni modo wa nyumba. Modo wako. Yeah? All right, another description, hapo.
This is somebody who strives to fight for political and social change in our community.
Who seeks to fight for political and social change in the community. Makofi kwake. Ini gumbaru. Gumbaru, there's no wrong or right answer. Patia Gen Z hapa.
Activist ni mtu ambaye anachukua jukumu ya wananchi na anapeleka kwa the duty bearers so that wana act on that issue.
Kofi kwake. All right. Okay, so we have an activist with us here who is also an ForumCiv activist fellow. Tafadhali, introduce who you are. Who are you?
Udinade. Anilwangani Felicity Moody's. An activist. Koro kaka Jose describe activist. Domano to awinjo donge. Kastulonge no before activist ntiere art embele kanyo donge. Koro art en mana performances gik manyalo timo, joma nyalo goro, joma nyalo wero, joma nyalo drama, joma nyalo
Ido beno ng'en art. Yeah.
Joma nyalo ido. gimoro amora minyalo timo, koro bedo msanini. Ung'e jok ng'at moro mobero awera mondo for entertainment. Activist koro ang' ne wer mondo o pass a message to the masses. O pass a message mar kelo lokruok e kind oganda. Dong wawinjo. Yes.
Makofi kwake. I've never known that she can speak fluent Luo. A typical example of never judge a book by its cover, sindio? Yeah. So we have activists from Rona Foundation. Wameenda kwa sana. And they want to come and showcase that particular piece. Rona Foundation, the stage is yours. Correct.
Amoso uno kwe uru, oyaure uru, gi nyinga na iluonga ni Elizabeth Ogola, anya sembo kakia chiwuyo makobong, pap kodero. Embele uka sani, wakelo nu tugo, kata waoro ote moro kikunene kaka tugo. To wapass information ne gigo mane timre chon, ne mondo liete, masani wadwaro ni mondo kalgi. Mabe ne waseketo chik, oro chikwa e parliament mar Widows Chartered. Monego bed ni kale, kora wagombo ni mondo okale nikech wakale chandruoge mopogore. Tugo miluongo ni kuondidek. Kuondidek ni en kaka chon ni chuno wagiter, to wakale matek e sama wan gi jotergo. Koro e tugo mwadwa kelo nuka. Ero uru kamano.
Mirembe duto, jensi amoso, widows amoso, erokamano. Kadhi nyinga Lisa Chieng Onyimbi, achiuyo makobong. To an, chi Otieno, tugo mokelo waka. Koro duto, wadwa puonjo nyithindo masani, kaka piny nobet, kaka nitero ji, kaka jomadongo ne chuno, ng'ama mama giter kata ok idwar. To wang' kwaru nochuni, manyaka teri. Erokamano.
Amoso uduto kijende. Mine mamondi lita amoso. Nyinga giluongo ni Estendeva, nyar sako kama yuge modak Maranda, chiwuyo makobong. Kamoro ni pap Kodero market. An chief mabiro mako yudhe maketho mund liete.
Jogi ukelo na mano Otieno. Otieno sehingore. Otieno nolalo oko kuom higni mang'eny jowadwa. To koro kane idonjo kode, to donjo kode kotuo, to Otieno nowuok kuom aka, Otieno ne nie yath. Otieno nohero mon, to Otieno ohero kong'o. Koro kodhi kucho, to owe yath. Koro jogi kelo nago mana kosehingore kama jowadwa. Jawa. Kari
Odika. To karang'o matimore dalani? Misechako kok kama nyaka nende talinga linga otieno donge nyicha ongega. To ere nyo biro sadi. To tieno mana moseingore malichi ni bende biro nyalore adier yawa. Koro iwinjo nyanya kelo ni wach ni ya. Kopo no tieno tho. Kiki go uwi.
Nang'o to tieno to chwara.
Nyochi wuotho marach, nyochi gajori.
Ine mane otieno we koro chuno ni nyaka na wuoth marach.
Koro anta sewe.
Opak ruoth dada.
Ruoth opake.
To kara in gi jatuo odika.
Jatuo nyo donjo na ka gotieno.
Otieno kara licha kama jowadwa.
Kama kaka no kele.
Momoro mana wengene. Yawa. Otieno miwacho no Otieno rachni. Otieno ng'eni Nyasaye oseka. Otieno osetho.
Osetho.
To Otieno ni be nyocha ong'e chalne.
No nene yath no we.
Mano no Otieno dwaro thone kende. Otieno no yath kisedonje ok iwe.
No we oni wich teko dhako ok winj wachne.
Mano Otieno osetho.
Nyanya wanda. Otieno te aneno kosetho. Koro anakelo ni mana manyasi ekigo uru.
Otieno osetho.
Kiki go uwi piyo kamano. Ere kitambuliso Otieno?
Ango.
Kitambuliso Otieno ni kanye?
Ango.
To barupe mag lowo ni kanye?
Be ango.
Kawi so e thundi, iwacho ni biro ma igolo. Kawi so e thundi. Kise soyo to koro gaga upo Otieno chuori.
Hey, boss, lingur. Oh, wudu mama. Isaga dunia hivi polo. Koro uwijo kusei kutieno. Disto matanga kuiwak dalani huija. Disto matanga hapana kesa hapo. Unamsikia mimi? Unasikia sasa?
Mangi mani kachibe. Wana minya sai maripolo saka wodi gitere polo malo gwede kuom yiere Yesu Kristo majawar.
Amen. Sisolo ya gidala teruru kaburu timbe mag pina kata lengenga kata richo butona magaweyo ni Yesu msalaba.
Wadwa kotero Otieno kare mogik. Saburi no wuon waneno kiseka wuodo Otieno kikele polo. Kori gwedhe Nyasaye kete kama in mihero kuom teko ni
kuom Otieno lo. Kiawa kata chieng' noduogi. Kiawa kata chieng' noduogi. Kiawa kata chieng' noduogi.
Amen.
Yagi dala ma Sayun timbe ma pini osina kata lwe magaweyo ni Yesu msalaba.
Nochonga. Kisumu kibia. Mimi yango mnochonga ni kanye. Da minochonga ni kanye. Huko ni kanye. Minochonga.
Odi dalane. Omejo. Abiro ka. To gimokela. An abiro ni kaka nyato Otieno nyathi watho. Adwaro ni mondo miya title deed mag loka.
Nang.
Gi kipande ne. Nitie gik mwadhi loso donge nyithindo pod nitie.
Ok anyal miyo kamano.
Ibro miyo wani.
Ok damiyo.
Wana Malo tego Otieno malo sogi Otieno timiri.
Ok anyal. Ok abichiwo.
Miyo.
Konya. Yuoche na moko biro ni dwaro gi otieno. To gidwaro title deed gi kipande. Tani chi otieno to gitama ni kik abed gi gigago. Mane gima okela ka biro ni mondo ikonye.
Mane mangir kelini? Come on, you see ko happy. Let we na nyisi ko kai pio pio. Yo ma jilo go pio pio. You see ni kanye. You see ka ba.
One kai.
Bas. Kelua ni yo ko chuo ko. Kel. Bas, hero kamano.
Ukelo. Chongi piny. Un muketho kwe gwe.
Come on. Huh?
Michael Omondi.
Erokamano.
Eka youth mondo makana nyithindo go teri samsani. Gini mon nyithindo bakete mon liete kai tago kabisa ni kachuor go sat. Make.
Erokamano chief ikonya.
Erokamano.
Odika.
Danji.
Kwaruora ka. Owacho ni mondo odi ni rach, oneno karach. Ot biro gore kuim piny. Koro mondo teri. Koni dwari yuri moro mondo bed kodi mondo lokni ot. Ot biro gore kuom nyithindo piny.
Kwaru to parango kuoma. An ok tera. An ok tera. Kata ka otra to ok tera.
Ok teri. Adwoko ne wach.
Jaduong. Duogane. Aparo. Ot nyalo diya gi nyithindo. Adok chien. Koro wachone mana kaka nyalo timo.
Koro inyalo mana temo mondo idhi dwarane yuri moro mondo iwuo godo. Ming'e ni ng'iyo go. Kamano.
Omeji. Abiro.
Aneno kilima. Arwaki. Akonyi gang'o? Kori dona dia te. Ya omeji biro mabet kata na heri mabor na dwari. To koro gima chanda kodi. Nina nyuolo rude. Dwari ng'ato kungo chodni okola. Bet wabro bet kodi. Ana nyuolo rude jadudo chodo okola mama. Mano kende ka ng'ato sekadhe akabi.
Abiro ka. Simeji. Tere minodi.
Owuok matin.
Ya ok tiariti.
Machiegni.
Ok tiarite. Abiro mana ni mondo ikonya. Odo kethore to renjo to. Kama dagi onge gi nyithindo.
Akonyi e yo mane? Adhi achodni okola kose ati.
Ichodo nokola ite e yor ter.
E yor ter. Yuora ibiro maber. To gima ang' nochwanywa. Dong ing'e ni kano otieno pod ngima to ne wasegajre kodi.
Ok timre ga kamano.
Ok timre. Koro dwar ng'ato. Idhi dwar ng'ato kosetiekoni. Wadwa yudo kaka wagole tadonjo. Koro an adwa ng'ado ni rieko. Adwaro ni mondo idhi akala. Moko migweyo. Idhi yudo ng'ato kuro jako wi moro. To biro timang'o. Biro chodo kola to waneno kaka warie. Dhi akala idhi neno depe e side moro kanyo. Idhi neno depe tigweyo. Koro gima mondo itim. Kise manja adwa manyo ni japiko. Ino kimany. Ami pesa. Koro idwany go japiko. Mondo oteri walos gigo piyo piyo karo tieno ok dang kethre to
wan ming'e namba japiko kiluongo
aluongi nigo. Hello japiko ok ibi ikawe customer moro ka iterna
Atera. I say iko. Adwa dia kala. Sawa. Oh. Ine magoy. Ero kamano.
Kori wacho dango?
Awacho ni an gi chandruok. To noko na ni kabila kala ka. To ka gwen chupa. Tayudo dichuo ma dhi tera dhi dak godo.
Aseyie. Koro gima watimo gande. Koro inyalo miya siling 3,000 mwaweyo ofiswa kachade. Koro kwadhi.
3,000 te? Karadi ni. To koro. Adwa chiemo. Aseyie kodi. Janeno kimako wa. Koro rita mana kanyo bed kae ni. Mad soda matina duogo.
Isetieko?
Asetieko.
To iyudo ka wuoyi ber kodi?
Wuoyi cha toko mako wang'.
Macho. Macho olo kine mana ka kuwuotho.
Jaduong. Irito ang'o? Ogwedepi. Macho seweye kaka giweji ai. Dichwang debe manyini tem happy.
Macho gi othogi. Gi jothagi kabisa.
Alo. Hapa rak jowadwa. Ade biero ng'iyo kuna ne ng'iyo dipo ka yude ng'ato.
Koro wadok ng'iyo.
Wadok ng'iyo. Ya to chuo ni miya chandra malit kama nang'o mon wadwa.
Ai, jaber. Ai, anen yusiepa. Ai, jiromo wanga.
In magwede.
Igwede pa.
Abi romo.
Andisi.
Kamano.
An be ndisa.
Wanyalo dhi owada kigiena.
Koro idwa na dhi alieli?
Adwa ni dhi liel.
Koro chik makarwa ka. Kaka igwede pwani. Ofis ma marwa. Imi 3,000 maweyo ofis. Ai timi 10,000 masoyo fuko naka. Nikech kiny kasekonyi. To paro dhi lokre ka yuochi koro duoke motweni koti na koro miya mara yaka mondo wadhi miya wachiwi ofis kae nigo. Aya ndik pesa no piny ofis ni ayudo tich adhi tich. Aya koro wadhi.
Usetieko?
Wasetieko.
Koro ng'eni un ji ariyo be imedore.
Be chako medore kendo
ya. Dong ni in kendi ko un ji ariyo.
My house. Odika. Adonjo.
Donji.
Odini rachatieri. Otwaro kore piny.
Otwere malich.
To mai nindo nadi kinyathi.
Tago mana kamoro matin.
Mano per.
Ngane. Joma kite awe kateno na let nauri wawuotho mabor. Karibu. Amo sisi medi.
Amosi madam. Ber ahinya. Yudo tich. Ambende abiro ka adwa tiyo to tich odhi nade? Kasi ya usiku na
Odhi maber.
Kasi ya usiku ilikuwa poa.
Odhi maber.
Kabisa. Tulipanda mlima na tukashuka. Haya, gusa pole pole. Huyu madamu ni smart. Huyu ni mrembo wangu, anapendeza wa jameni. I love you. Hey, Jaber.
Okay, lo
In this
chiemo.
3 hours. Hey, ayudo dhako ma Jaber manade ni yawa.
Kel chiemo joma ikune chiemo. Ya ung'eni wasewuotho mabor. Ne makaka luya nega.
Amoso uno kuyo.
Okweli.
Aduonge.
Hey.
Koro.
Hey.
Nyiedha.
Ero kamano.
Chiemo. Kuon kikweno. Obus malai. Weka kwa sani moja. Tunataka kurarua sawa sawa. Ai. Hii ndio busuma. Ingoho. Hai.
Tukivele.
Tulishaomba bwana. Chiemo. Ni tamu. Meat. Bueno meat. Ai, wango maber. Ero kamano.
To jatich ma kelo na gima keche omecha ni nyaka bile gimoro. Adwa na sukne wiye.
Unataka kusuka nywele? Hiyo ni mzuri. Omejo.
Koro sani. Na team ni gumoro ma wibe nyaka tiang kachopo kacha tisicha.
Itwalo suko wiya. Adwari suko maper. Ochoke kotienda para. Hey, chaper, pile.
Atingeno kamadhi ga kongo. Koro hera maheri tiyo mina bil mati.
Matama longo yakati chpuro tie wange. Meat. Hey. Maan. Hey.
Omwami wani koro
Hey.
Omwami we.
Win bende.
Ere nyithinda kayawa. Manyaka na chak tiyo tinyi ndo pok aneno gini. Gidhi kanye?
Mama, alot bada ba.
Dangi ben ni tuan wachama lot, wachama chak mawangera tenti. Alot beda vitamin umba kuchami alot no. We mano wadi kwa rawate ne watu mano wagibiti mono.
Ni ngati ma igodo kali ni okijali gine miwa go chiemo ni uchiemo kwa jari okeni. Alot ok dag wacha wodo wachne kwara.
Wabino.
Lakini nyithindo kiwanyo ba tutwaro. Ni koro gichako ng'eyo mang'eny.
Nyithindo gi wigi rach.
En wach mane?
Nyithindo gi obiro kata miyo chiemo to tamare ok dwa chiemo.
Ok dwa chiemo nango?
Akia.
Ni ini chamo mana gik mamit. Gisetero wachne kwaro kacha. Kwar gi wuoyo nani mondo bia ni nalo temo miyogi.
Owada to koro ng'ama chaomo mana piny mabor ni adianga mi alot pila ka pila.
Achupa tuo. Karapiro sani mondo wakonya dhi. Osiepa, owada wacho tonjo ka nyathiwa. Owachi ni nyathi high school katuo. Koro idwaro pil mar osuptal 20,000. Koro akwayi ni mondo ikonya nyathi, wan be ncha konyi ka otdi.
Pesa ito kik idhi chuth.
Kathi tuoko.
Kik idhi chuth.
Ikonya? Ok pod aheri. Ok anyal nindo oko.
Kik iweya kamano.
Halo?
Yengini kan gi Yesu. Okayengini chalo gi yath motie yaora. Okayengini.
Odika. Min nyithindo.
Ibiro.
Intie. Bende antie maber. To kori wacho nang'o?
Awacho niya. Achupa cha nyocha idwaro mne pesa school.
Inchi dwaro school fees.
Nyocha wacho ni notuo.
Gota. Kari thako mariek.
Ayro kamano.
Itiyo mariek. Wiler. Achupa.
Koro.
Idhi nadi?
Adhi maber baba.
Nyathina isomo matek.
Atemo.
Dong ineno ka gwedho udi dongo kumatindo kama yo monliete ka kelon pesa mondisom. Adwa ni somo. Kendo adwa ni dada
An adwa timo dala ni malo.
Kiki na girombo. Haya. Mano ber. Koro gima timre? Adwa ni dhi chuls nyocha en pesa di? 30,000. Koro pesa ni? Adwa ni dhi chul school fee.
Erokamano baba.
Alafu siling 10,000 pocket money mari. Minyithindo inbe adwa ni bilegi moro. Kapegno.
Koro aloso ni gimoro kama te.
Kela cha pio
kama ndi gina ngeni dich.
Kongo, chomo ni mit.
Manya tikelo.
Erokamano manyo nemna kaka tiyo chiega.
Manya.
Aya. Onge wa Nyasaye oriti. Jaber. Eri okanyalo wei.
Erokamano.
Koro aseduogo, awuotho maber, nyathi osegolu e osiptal. Koro ando chikna, koro andi chuo ndala ni. Koro andi luonga ni kuondidi. Kuondidi. Kama lweta kelo ni. Kuondidi. Okinyi mangi. Kukuchoma e penda ka. Mboga kando. Sapar gario dhiambo. To kori loko na nyangege moro mawang'e kwar. Ma wet fry e penda ka. Ae tisuko na wiya, tich modong to mara.
Erokamano. Abiro timo kamano.
Erokamano siepa. Ara kel chiemo no piyo piyo. An ng'ena siko kaka chiemo nikech ok adwa ni ani odo moment. Ai.
Donje.
Mam. Abiro ko riemba e college. Idwaro pesa.
Pesa di nyakwa.
10,000.
Emidwaro.
Koro tema piyo piyo mondo yud pesa no mondo adog e school.
We mondo adhi e bank ka adhi ateme ka diang' ajuke gimoro. To kendo moro biro. Donje.
Riemba.
Riembi nang'o?
Idwaro pesa ma jodong e school.
Pesa ma jodong e school.
Mondo iter.
Kada gikal dogi no mondo adhi e bank. Adhi ayude kata ka gimoro no odong.
Haya.
Adhi timona nade pesa onge. Pesa onge. Adhi timona nade gi nyithindo yawa.
Chaper. Mia pia moti. Mia pia modi. Se piro. Mai pini kelo no siepa. Chaper.
Odika.
Ngoto
Pimodo para timule kae. Idwa nyati wage go gimenwa. Kwenda.
Idwa wage nyithinda. Kama yudo mako bete kwa makani.
Adongo kelo na pimodho.
Gima koro donjo.
Mam, aseduogo.
Nyathina pesa.
Iwuotho nadi kuma ni dhi?
Pesa onge.
Pesa onge odhi kando ne babu wato we pesa mang'eny e bank. Isechamo gi jater nang'o?
Iseduogo. Awe mondo wang'adi rieko kaka wanyalo timo.
Rieko ban.
We mondo wache komonde. Mondo wache komonde kadir kwar. Wachani.
Yuora. Anaonge wach to gima danga wachi.
Asanteni sana, tumeshukuru. Makofi kwa tafadhali. Conversation, eh? Tukue tuna gumzo kidogo. I want a Gen Z this side. One Gen Z. From this side. Dakika moja. Mtu moja tu tafadhali. Tafadhali. Ndio. True or false? Two different generations. I want to ask, what's your name again? What do you make of the production here? What have you picked from this production? From this play?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. The production was it has brought up a lot of pictures, especially on realized is that
just
yeah, so I think the best thing we should do as a new generation is to eradicate it or do away with it. Yeah, that is what I've visioned.
So a very direct question. You have your brother?
Yeah, I have.
Elderly or mdogo wako?
I'm the young one.
The younger one.
Yeah.
So it means you can inherit the wife, right? According to our culture.
Right.
Would you, if by any chance it passes on?
I mean, even marrying is a problem. With this generation.
Yeah. Yeah. So you won't. Okay, but if by any chance you're married,
yeah,
and you have the resources, would you?
I don't know, but I'm not in a position to manage two women. That is first. Second, I will not.
You'll not?
Okay, let
Okay, group mar Amalo widows and orphans.
Wow.
Or a Borona Foundation.
Aki wewe ni msanii. Hii ni msanii. Kama no introduction kende.
Watoto sio mtoto.
Watoto wavulana.
Si ndio tena ni Gen Z.
Gen Z makofi kwake.
Hata warembo ni naye.
Hata warembo.
Na pia ni Gen Z.
Aha.
Kwa sikia kitu kihimu. Kuna msichana yangu anachora sana.
Okay.
Na nilifurahi na nimewakaribisha.
Okay, asante.
Asanteni, nimefurahi kama mama.
Before to ingia hapo kwa kuchora. Hapo tutarudi
niko.
Na unaweza kubali kijana wako inherit bibi ya kijana wako mwingine?
Achukue bibi ya kijana yangu mwingine?
Ni kama amelala.
Kama amelala. Lakini sio rahisi. Umeona pana macho. Paka mtu mwingine apite ndio mwingine aingie. Hawezi kuingia free. Sio kazi rahisi.
Okay.
Kubomoa hiyo mlima sio kazi rahisi.
Ni mlima.
Ni mlima mrefu sana. Na majirani yetu. Saa zingine mtu tu anakuja tu kwa boma anaanza kukutukana. Hata hakuna kenye umemfanyia. Saa zingine unapata tu mtoto yako kufika pale jirani napiga kama mateke. Kwenda kuuliza, inakuwa mambo ingine. Saa zingine wanamwambia wewe tabia yako ni mbaya, uliwa baba yako samani, wacha kucheza na sisi. Sasa vitu kama hiyo tunapitia changamoto. Sasa tulikuwa tunaomba serikali asaidie wanawake wenye wamewafiwa. Kwa sababu hata kama na Grace walichukua chakula. Huyu udo sana baki hapa. Kitu mzuri tu ikifika, huyu anabaki hapa. Sasa kama mimi, mtoto yangu mdogo amefika miaka 18. Nikienda tu niandike, wanasema wanaandika wajani. We mama, mtoto yako amekuwa mkubwa. Hatuwezi tukachukua. Na mimi napitia shida wa jamii.
Sasa unasema kwamba mwanamke ambaye ako na bwanake ako na more privilege kushinda widow.
Sana. Kwanza nyinyi wanawake wenye mna mabwana senyu, kwanza mheshimu mabwana senyu.
Haleluya kwa hiyo? Haleluya kwa hiyo? Feminist, haleluya. Feminist hai.
Dichuoge ngoka maduong. Mokwongo ni sama chuori otho. Gimalich midongo. Ini gijahera to kitero badi kama tinwanga piny pap jowadwa.
Leta henya.
Samo kichunti chako mna ywak. Haleluya.
Amen. Ayadokero kaman mos nino ere rusiso do. Siso loya
dala ma sayon. Timbe ma
pini osina.
Katalweny ger ngango dari joridona.
Magaweyo ni Yesu msalaba. Erokamano. Makofi kwa hakika. Sana. So at this point in time, we want to welcome Kamaradi Abdul, who is going to screen a certain production, and then we're also going to have an engagement. For purposes of housekeeping, as I'm still reminding you, we have our lavatories, the washrooms at this side, at the farthest end. Please make use of them if you're in need. And also, after the screening, I'm going to reshuffle as a bit because I'm seeing to make according to organizations. Rona High, Talanta High, Sita Rusha Mawe High. Mnaona? So you're going to mix it up a bit. Back down.
climate change is as a result of the gods. So this climate change is as a result of the gods.
Climate change has brought about a lot of issues within the communities, and there are a lot of effects that come about as a result of climate change. If you look at the economic activities within the Nyanza region, the Nyanza communities depend on the lake for their livelihoods. They also depend on subsistence farming. But you notice that as a result of climate change and the effects thereon, a lot of issues happen that are retrogressively impacting and are negatively impacting on the efforts made by the communities within the lake region.
From our experience, we've seen is inadequate sustainable waste management practices. So we see disposal of pampers, pads, solid waste, refuse, and even dirty water in the fisheries, and this leads to fisheries decline. These are natural habitats for fish, which is arguably the main economic activity. So this poses health risks to the consumers, risks to the fisheries, and also ultimately reduces an economic livelihood.
Those kind of things, they have chemicals. And these chemicals are making the water hyacinth thrive fully, because those chemicals are, now you'll find half, or rather when you go to the lake, like as we speak, you'll find like there's a section that is green on the lake. And yet that part is not even land, it is water. It is water that has been covered by water hyacinth, which is harmful to living animals in the water. The fish, we've realized that the cost of fish is going higher and higher because we can no longer find fish. You realize that even hippos are no longer comfortably breathing in those lakes. And these are the spaces that they should be in, yeah? That is their natural space. And the various other animals that live in the water are not able to thrive fully because their space has been invaded by plastics, by diapers, including sanitary towels, and various other things that have affected them.
We also talk about issues of floods. In some places in Nyanza and particularly in Nyando sub-county, there's a lot of floods, especially during the heavy rains. And recently it was very devastating, and it really affected many families. Some families were displaced as a result of the floods.
Recently there was a flood in most parts of the country. And one of the something the lines of this climate change is as a result of the gods. Like the gods are angry with them. This clearly shows you how much is gap of information on how climate change affects us and how much we can do to stop it from happening. If you put it on the gods, it means that we're just going to pray about it.
A number of families lost their livelihoods because the farms which they were using or which they were farming were affected, or some were drowned. Some floods washed away their crops within the farms, and this really negatively affected our community members.
Flood is also a climate risk, just as drought. And this has made me, this is knowledge that I've acquired from Andy. Andy has also made us in many, it has entered in many perspectives of life in terms of giving trainings to PWDs, the person with disability. We don't call them PWD, we call them able different. They have managed to make a mileage in their life by transforming their economic livelihood.
A number of persons, especially persons with disabilities, get so much affected because when it rains too much, even mobility, movement from one place to the other is difficult for persons with disabilities. Sometimes, for the example, the recent floods that occurred in Nyando in the past 1 month ago really affected persons who are on wheelchair, who could not freely move. They had to seek for help from other people who are equally affected. So the level of vulnerability is very deep. Recently, there were issues of fish dying in the lake, which really affected very many fish farmers who are doing fish cage farming within Lake Victoria region where our communities live. And this really brought them back and pulled them economically, really affecting the communities and individual farmers. Most community members are still practicing the crop farming, planting crops which are vulnerable to effects of climate change like droughts and floods. For example, the ordinary maize plants are very vulnerable because they don't withstand the long droughts and the harsh weather conditions within the region.
We don't want to witness a society where people believe that climate change is a result of the gods, or climate action is a work of the government. I believe in collective efforts, so I'm asking government to put up initiatives to promote climate education, especially in the rural areas where there is, I can't say lack of information, but a gap between what is and what is not, because they can see the climate change, but they can't make sense out of it. Even in schools, we have environmental clubs, even the lessons, but you find that the curriculum does not actually integrate it, let's say, intently to make a meaningful impact. We have these things being taught in schools, but there's no meaningful impact. We can have more programs coming up so that we can actually shape these children in education space in the villages, that by the end of the day, environmental conservation becomes something that is part and parcel of us. Because it's easy to plant 1 million trees, but it's so hard to find 1 million mature trees. It is easy to clean up a market, but it's so hard to find the same market maintained clean the following day. It is easy to put up a trash can in a market, but it's so hard to find the trash can empty after 1 week. So we're putting up initiatives, but we're not backing them up with intentional action to make sure these things are sustainable. So my call to your government is that when you put up an initiative, follow it up and make it something sustainable.
Round of applause. ForumCiv, power to change. And I remind us that we are here courtesy of ForumCiv and the partners. Talanta Africa, Rona, Andy, and Sitarusha Mawatena. Peace campaign. I want to recognize the presence of the following stakeholders. We have the Assistant Chief, Mr. Felix Orenjo. Please, you can wave wherever you are. Okay. All right. On a call. All right. We also have Belinda Ouma from the Women, who is actually the sub-county coordinator for the Women Enterprise Development Fund. You can wave wherever you are. Makofi kwake. Yes, it's very important for us to talk about economic empowerment as well. Sindio, pesa mfukoni. We also have Anthony Omondi Odira, who is the library coordinator in the Department of Education, Youth Affairs, Gender and Social Services. You can kindly wave. Thank you so much. And we have Rosemary Siaya, who is the Deputy Director, Youth Affairs, Gender and Social Services. Asante sana. Tumeshukuru sana. We have the Assistant Chief. Please, you can wave. Karibu. Yes. So we just want to have a conversation. Climate change. A very quick conversation. Climate change. Kiswahili, it's mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, eh? Luo, it is lokrok markor. Losi ni nika kanya. Korea moga. Oh, mae loasi. Kora mulo loasi. Hallelujah. Climate change. Climate change. Erika climate change impact wa Bondo kaindi. Bondo sub-county ka. And I don't want to lose the widow group or the representation from Rona. Ango mar lokrok mar kolwasi ose inigo ose within Bondo sub-county. Kingeo gemobedo screen kind.
Erokamano.
Erokamano kweuru. Ma en Bichi Sakini. Lokruok ma kor lwasi e bondwa kae ose affect wa e gik mang'eny. Machiel kuomgi en ni koso koth mondo mi chambwa obedie. Wayudo ni koro koth ok nyal losre mondo ochwe. Koro wang'eny gi oro, koro wakoso chiemo. Sama ng'ato osekoso chiemo, ng'ani koro en ng'ama dholuo luongo ni koro idhier, nikech ok inyal kelo meals adek e mesa. Koro sama koth oseonge ni, tuoche bende bedo mang'eny koro. Nikech kor yamo nitiere tuoche ma yamo kelo, buru no bende nitie tuoche ma gikelo, pige ma watuomo bende koro ok ler. Koro mae climate change ka wabedo go, wanyalo yudo rainfall moromo. Ma koro kata kwaloso puothe, wan ga adequate food supply, to wa eradicate tuoche moko machalo kaka cholera, typhoid gi mamoko. Koro aparo ni mago ema an go gi sani ma weche ma climate osehinyowa go e Bondo.
For those who do not understand Luo, what she said, she just made us understand that lack of rain has constantly affected farming, so they can't have adequate supply of food or adequate harvest for them to be also economically empowered. So when you can't produce adequate food according to her, then you are termed as a poor person because it comes with poverty. Okay? Yeah, so I'll play the role of Mkalimani as well as MC. During the floods, and also previously also during the droughts, how has this impacted on persons who are
Good afternoon. You saw me in that article. I was saying that persons with disability are not supposed to be called persons with disability. We are able differently. And in fact, what I can say for a fact is that I'm from Kano, and we have been affected much by the impact of climate change. More particularly, the disabled persons, they're able differently. We have been affected. More importantly, the physical ones cannot move. And also when there's a lot of drought, the albinos are affected. You see, the impact of climate change also reduces what we call the immunity, the body immunity. And therefore, human systems also fails to work as a result of impact of climate change. And of course, as we know, is that we are talking about adaptation. Counties are trying, but they cannot, because why? Because there's what we call social audit. There's lack of these projects, the climate change project, which have been identified. For example, in Kisumu County, there's drought, and also there is floods in Kano. Some of these projects have been identified by the community, but you see, it is up to the government to provide services. That's why we call them. They are the duty bearers, and we are the right holders. They are supposed to do their work. But you see, when a project lacks accountability, it doesn't give the good result. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The issue around immunity and climate change, and it's for a fact, because tunaonaga kama kuna jua, some of us don't even go outside, sindio? Because the heat is too strong, and we were blessed with melanin, sindio? Mtu kama mimi, who is wakati tunasema we don't repel, we absorb, eh? So, and then there's also people who are, when it's extremely cold, we know we have folks who are asthmatic, you see, who cannot manage the cold, and we have people who also have other conditions that cold enables it to get worse. So thank you so much for bringing that. I'll invite a student from JUST, one of the students, Jonathan. Yes, please. How does climate change affect you, even in school?
Thank you. I'm Wandera Jonathan, a student from Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. It affects us. It affects us. Yeah. Alafu unapata kuna jua, inabidi tu tumefanya ile kitu, ama kuna mvua mingi, inabidi pia tumefanya ile kitu. I think
Okay, so in our festival, in our Mtaani, Jumuika Sikika Mtaani, Nyanza edition, we'll have ile kitu, sindio? As a report that students wanafanyaga ile kitu because of climate change. So for disclaimer, Mr. Jackson Obari, if you see that in the report, you know it is ile kitu, sindio? Asante sana. For the young people, marginalized young people here from Talanta, how does climate change really, and looking at what Abdullah has just screened here in relation to that documentary, how does it affect you? Anybody wants to go? Please.
Thank you so much. My name is National Ching, affiliated to Talanta Africa. Personally, from where I come from, Manyata Kisumu, the climate change, the roads, man. Recently, walimwaga maram kwa barabara. I don't know why some roads do. And when it rains, umepiga luku, unaenda kazi, then matope you get. Yeah. Then mavazi pia you get. Yeah, you can't put on some clothes because of joto.
Oh my God. Gen Z oye. Unataka kupiga luku lakini jua. I get you. And yeah, for somebody like me who is also able mythically, when it's too hot, pia luku lazima. How does climate change affect activism, social justice activism? And in relation to this documentary that we've seen, I know it's always human rights. Wow, about climate change. Kamarad, could start preparing yourself for the next session.
Okay. Comrades power. Ganda John. I'm a student at the Kisumu. But I stay in Kisumu. And personally, let me talk but for instance, in Yalenda, when there are some places like Kapuote. In Yalenda down Kowigwa. Yes. The people from the slum, you can understand. Kiswahili ange matin. Just put that picture that you have your two legs, and you cannot walk. You are having a different being. That's how they are being affected. And dust and the pampers, all those things, they are being swept away and being taken back. Once they pursue or they eat that dust, they are being affected. So you find that we are going to have too much the cost of fish, kula samaki ya donga huko ulendu migingo girls huko ndani, so unaacha huko mali kuna shoot, unaenda kula nyamware, ukikula samaki unakula ndani ya boat, imagine. Yes, so those are how we are facing climate change. Anyway, thanks for your time.
Makofi kwake. Yes, and of course we can't forget to mention that climate change also enables gender-based violence. Increment gender-based violence. Because, for example, sexual abuse, we call it marital rape. There's the issue around violence, because you are there constantly. You are like you're the game you're playing. Come on, we're on your toy. So constantly, it's a bit sexual gender-based violence, and we have to talk about that. We have to be intentional around that. And also, climate change also affects access to other services, like, for example, sexual reproductive health services. If then I have to go to blue black, if I have to go and get condoms from the nearest health center, I can't go because it's flooding. And also, the service provider will not come to work because apparently, kwake pia it's flooding. So I end up making bad sexual choices because of floods. Sindio? True or false? Yes, and we also have to be very open around issues to do with, for example, SGM in Korea. We also have to talk about teen pregnancy, or unintended pregnancy that is enabled by climate change. Because uko hapo, there's rape that jua inawaka kama mvua inanyesha. But then there's so much things that climate change enables within the ecosystem that we live in. Sindio? Makofi kwangu. I want to recognize the presence of our chief guest, Mr. Gabriel Uduong, the Director, Water, Environment and Natural Resources, Siaya County. Makofi kwake. Please, you could wave. Asante sana. Rightfully Ochomo, the floor is yours. Another activist who is doing spoken art. Over to you.
Niaje? Mko fiti? Mko fiti? Mimi siwasikii bana. Mko fiti? So mimi naitwa Rightfully Ochomo, nafanyanga spoken word. Sasa tuone kama tunaweza wachangamsha leo. Kuna pieces tatu. Kwanza ya kwanza, si ndio? Twende. Attention. 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 Ni nini? Ile machodem hupata akidunga mini, ama pastor akipreach rapture mbele ya waumini, ama ni mini hata tax Zakayo akiongeza tax. Reject. juu hii definition ni taxing, inabidi tuteme taxin to discuss his story bila jaba mdomoni. Alright. Attention is when you're no longer at ease. Shout out to Chinua Achebe. Chanua. Attention is when tension seeks release. Because tease after tease, curiosity needs sating. Hata kama paka hata dedi. Attention ni currency. Currently, mnanilipa. You're paying attention to me. Attention ni currency. Did your parents pay you any? Or do they leave you destitute without a penny? ADHD, doomed to pay attention to only things in HD. Attention. Attention is the tension between your fingers and your phone after you've left it alone. Attention is the awareness of a Wi-Fi zone, the urge to connect to password set, your ears erect to notification tone, your face lit by phone screen glow as your fingers swipe up. It's the latest news. Have you heard of the lady who leaked her nudes? Because, ooh, wee! Goddamn. Swipe left, swipe slow. Screenshot, repost, for attention. Hit her DMs for attention. Profile her profile, then mention for attention. Body shame her for attention. Trolls trolling for attention. But the thing is, she doesn't like the attention. So she pops pills with intention of leaving this dimension. Her mother screams, caught everyone's attention. Attention ni currency. Currently, mnanilipa. You're paying attention to me. So, who are you paying attention to? What are you paying attention to? Unifisa kwanza wase. Hiya. This one's about to get a bit dark, so I'm sure tuone vile kutaenda. Do you like scary movies? What's your favorite one? Is it the one with the hero and the gun who's got to save his son? Or is it the one with the ripping, soaring saw blades, ripping through flesh as life fades from our helpless victim's eyes? Here's your new favorite one. You ready? Lights, camera, action. Scene 1. Close-up or coffin. Decomposing hand knocking, hoping to self-excavate in a rapid rate until breakthrough. Scene 2. Drone shot, wide for cemetery, ask you, as these undead bodies clawed back to a world they once knew. In their decaying bones, a rancid stew of discontentment and anger, resentment and pain. These zombies longed not for brains, just justice. Justice. It weighed heavy on their bones. Justice permeated their vocal tones. Justice on their groans and moans. Justice. But dead men tell no tales. They're dead. So who's going to speak up for the dead? Isipokuwa sisi. Who's going to voice the voiceless? Isipokuwa sisi. Nani ata hold ourselves accountable? Isipokuwa sisi. Tushikuwa mazambi majamaa, ama? These three. This one is more fun. Ina itacheka kidogo. So, wangapi wanajua hiyo concept ya capitalism? Get? Yeah, like unaingia kwa hii headspace, yeah? You see this other person has things and you want it as well. Politician ana spend do hapo hivyo and then you want. I hope that get. Aya. It goes a little something like this. Teacher, cha. When I grow up, be a teacher. Teacher, cha. When I grow up, I want to be a preacher, a doctor. Teacher, when I grow up, I want to be fat. A fat cat with fat pockets. So when I pat, your ladies line up to stroke this, poke this in a zombified hypnosis. Vicky, can't you see? Sometimes your wallet just hypnotize we. I want to have a fat belly, a fat telly, my Givenchy suit smelly with that bougie fragrance. Steal your campus girls out her classes and give her passes to Hennessy sips, scarlet lips, expensive trips. She starts to trip. Hey, I'll send her back in a convoy of hearses, my ears deaf to your wailings and curses. I want to be fat. Weigh heavy on your collective conscience. Water down the discourse with my bloated nonsense, my fat car, my fat chain. If you start to complain, bro, I'll smother you with my fleshy influence. I'll batter you into pulpy effluence, have your remains haunt bushes and rivers, and have that send shivers down the ignorant masses. I want to be fat. Crack a fat smile when I crack a fat whip on your backs. Vinegar those lashes till you feel the impact. I wanna shear the tendons off of your shoulders as you shoulder boulder heavy loans that I borrow. I want smart and that to burrow under your skin. Have your poverty inevitable like freaking sin. Because when you were skin and bones, see your fat asses that lazy on those thrones, dishing out occasional crumbs. Because what were we other than sacrificial lambs in your altar of greed? Siko baya, but tusiwai kwa nono. Tukinona, bro. Tukinona. Hakuna stuff mnapata. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I can explain.
Has this guy been paid? Because there's no payment. How can you talk about my belly?
I can explain.
You! Wow, Chomo, that was a good one. Makofi kwake. Wow. Why do you do this? Why do you do poetry? Why do you do conscious art?
I do it because normally if I speak in front of people like this, watasikiza tu English mingi sana. But nikiingia stage na nipige kelele, watu watanisikia. So it's a very effective way of communicating things that need to be said.
So it's more or less you don't like Martha Koume's wild goose chase and stuff of that sort. So you prick a conscience, right?
Yeah.
But do you see change? Do you see change from people?
The thing about change is, from at our level, it's usually very slow. But I feel like the moment someone leaves this space thinking about something that I said, thinking about something that I told them, that's a beginning, that's a step to effecting something. Yeah.
And of course, change is gradual. Yeah. Just one last question. That art pays when you do vulgar art, right? Yeah. When you have a vixen who is almost half naked, right?
Yeah.
And then you get very awesome views on YouTube. So why do you decide not to go for the money but to go for social change?
Because social change is more rewarding than money. I mean, money is good, don't get me wrong. msisahau kunilipa tafadhali. Anyway, the thing about money is when you're chasing it and that's the only thing you're about, it never really goes anywhere. You don't really grow as a person. Maybe your pockets grow. Maybe your stomach grows, but no. Classics. Classics. But yeah, ideally, change is more rewarding than just the thrill of having a little money on you. You have to stand for something. Otherwise, you're just another zombie. Yeah.
Makofi kwake. I like how you spew wisdom. Change is more rewarding than just having money in the pocket, right? I think that will be a punchline for me. Asante sana. Makofi kwake. Yes. It's getting hotter and hotter by the minute, right? So I want to invite my co-MC Willie, Kamaradi Willie, na Kamaradi Choki to also be on the standby for the next session. We're going to invite Mr. Shadrach from Action Network for the Disabled to come and of course do some remarks and introduce the partner.
Thank you very much, Steve. Viva, comrade, viva. More power to the people, more power. Now, I may not have the voice. I speak like a Kamba, so bear with me. Anyway, today I think is a very important event in the life and history of our organizations that are converging here today, so that we drive the agenda of development together, bringing different stakeholders of different cadres, of different ages, of different community groups. So we are happy to be here, joining here today. Now, this has been a journey for us to climax today. It's been a journey that has involved the investment of different organizations. Different individuals have really bring on board their time, which is very valuable to us. I really want to appreciate different organizations, the partner organizations to ForumCiv. ForumCiv, who is our lead partner in this. Quite a number of organizations, that is Action Network for the Disabled, Talanta Africa, Rona, and Sita Rusha Mawetena have really invested their efforts and time in, to see this succeed. Now, is that what are we taking home? Are we just coming here to listen to the good stories? Are we coming here to listen to the good skits? Is there something we are picking to carry home, even if it is one message? And how are we going to use this message back home to influence change? That is the business where we are here. If you only come here with the objective of listening to people and going back and you are just business as usual, it's a competition. It is competitive all over. People are scrambling for resources. People's voices are being projected. And another critical question that we have to ask ourselves, are our voices counting in the different spaces of participation? So that is very, very important. So on behalf of the partners, I would like to call the partner representatives kindly just to mention 1 minute. You mention your name and what your organization does. 1 minute, only 1 minute, because we're only given 5 minutes for this. And it would not be good if I talk on your behalf and you are here. Kindly. I'm seeing Sita Rusa Mawetena, so first come, first serve basis. Please, 1 minute and just mention your name, your organization, what you do, and where you work. Maybe you can also flag your participants. Yes, I will also do that subsequently.
Wamama hai, mon wetega hai, untie maber, vijana oe, viva comrades, viva! More power to the people, more power. Sama aolo gigi to in kidwoka, titingo lweti achiel malo, eka nyiso teko ma wan go, e mwadwa tiyo go kanyakla. Donge? Viva comrades, viva! Viva mama, viva! Viva Bondo, viva! Anilonga ni Boniface Ogutwa Kach, atiyo gi organization miluongo ni Sita Rusha Mawetena. Tijwa en kedo ne ratich dhano. kantiere ng'ata ng'ata maparo ni nitie ratiro moro ma ng'ato rocho kamoro, tibiro paka to wakonyre paro, waneno kaka wanyalo suluhisha. Donge? Erouru kamano.
Thank you very much.
Aneno ka dhi bagni gi dholuo. Amosou kendo. Beruru. Oyaore. Uriyo maber. Maxi. Mane mama nomiya. To nomedo na moro kendo lakini wawacha Maxi donge. Migao miluongo ni Talanta Africa. Talanta Africa kaka nyingo no wacho no. Wan watiyo gi tugo kata art etimo Boni wacho ni ratiro timo ang'ocha defending human rights kedo ne ratiro mar kora goero kamana ahinya kuom biro kae kendo adwa kwani jo Talanta fuane uru ung'eny fuane uru kendo aya erokamano uru ahinya pamna uru kendo.
Thank you. You want to recognize your people?
Sitarusha mawe oye. Viva comrades, viva! Mago gin vijende rowero matindo tindo mowuok ne kedo ne ratich dhano.
Thank you very much. Amoso uno kwewro. Nying mane mama omiya iluongo ni Stephen Omondi Akunda. Atiyo kod migao mar Rona Foundation. Rona Foundation watimo ang'o? Wakedo ne ratiro mar mond ruodhi. Kuwo kae kik uluongi ni mond liete. Wawinjore. Mond ruodhi kod nyithindo makiye. Wan kanyakla. To ForumCiv wan gi project mwaluongo ni Voice to Action, that is under climate change. Warango kuonde go mipuke yugi. To bende digiket nwae kuonde mwapuke yukwagi. Nikech Siaya County mangima nitie makod kama inyalo pukie yugi ma permanent. Bondo onge. Other some counties nigi temporary. Widows jorona te wachung'e uru wafwaye. Wafwaya. Ing'e ni the host tingo ga kama duong'. Koro daki wach noro.
Thank you very much, partners. I think you can have a seat. And finally, my name's kata nyinge na iluongo ni Shadrack Oyier, anja Sembo, but atiyo Nyando. Koro kawuono ta jakano. Kejomo koda tiluonga ni jakano. Watiyo gi migepe mopogore opogore gi persons with disabilities e weche mag kedo gi lokruok mar kor lwasi kendo watimo tije mopogore opogore Nyando. Jo Nyando, Nyando bor kora wabiro ji mathin chung'u fuane welo. Ero mago jo Nyando. Eruru kamano maduong' kuom ka thuolo makende mar biro. Asante sana. Stephen, back to you.
There's a song that says makofi, makofi kwake, makofi tena. Thank you. Thanks so much, Shadrach. I'll take this chance to welcome Belinda from the Women Enterprise Development Fund, at least to also speak to us about economic empowerment for women and also the products that they have. Over to you. Makofi kwake.
Good afternoon. God is good all the time. Okay, my good name is Belinda Ouma. I work with the Women Enterprise Fund. I'm in charge of Bondo sub-county. So Women Enterprise Fund is a government institution that offers affordable funds to groups. If you are a widow or you are a woman between the age of 18 to probably 35, you are allowed to get funds from Women Enterprise Fund. Our loaning starts from 100,000 million, but as at now, The funding was stopped following a directive from the president, but we are hoping to resume lending anytime, probably in out the county. We have in Siaya County, we have six sub-counties, and in all the 6 sub-counties, they are all funded. I've seen we have a widow group from Rarieda, and I'm sure from in charge. So if you have a group or you need any funding from Women Enterprise Fund, you can get in touch with me, maybe probably outside or later. Thank you.
Shukran sana. That was very, very important because we believe in economic empowerment as well. Ya sechema ngama mama niki pesa ofuke wange jingo do. Onyaka kono de chona daka tiyonge do. Donge. Wa mama hai. Dongunya kono ne adaka tiyonge. But economic empowerment is good for women because it also gives them power. It gives you at least a point of leverage. You can negotiate. You see, you can negotiate. Once you have 10 bob kwa mfuko na mwanamume pia kuna 10 bob, see, you can have a conversation. But if you cannot. But if you kama uko tu nunge, if you are zero, then it's a bit difficult. Sindio? Yes. At this point in time, I want to welcome our app manager from ForumCiv Southern and Eastern Africa, Executive Director, Mr. Jackson Obare, to also give his remarks and then also invite the chief guest, Mr. Gabriel, to also make his key remarks. Over to you, sir. Makofi kwake.
I'm trying to see everyone. Thank you, Stephen. But you know I don't have a speech to read. Hata mimi najua Kijaluo. Kwa majina naitwa Jackson Obare. I'm the regional ForumCiv, responsible for our operations in East and Southern Africa. And I'm happy to be here at Bondo. And thank you so much, Gabriel, for coming to grace this discussion that's going on this morning. And I'm seeing predominantly young people hearing their voices this morning. And also, I'm also seeing women. But I didn't see the disruption of the sitting order. Organizations are sitting on their own. And yet you're supposed to mix and learn from each other, isn't it? But I'm not going to ask you to mix because now you are already settled. Mine is to give opening remarks, and first and foremost is to recognize the support we get from the Swedish Embassy to support this program. This program is funded by Sweden, and we need to recognize that through Swedish taxpayers' money, we are also able to contribute to development of this country and also having these conversations in Bondo. With that in mind, I want to start with a story. I used to be working here in Nyanza 2009, 2011, but also came around 2013 to 2015. So I was responsible for operations in Nyanza and the Western, and I used to come to Bondo. We used to have an office at Indori, which was doing operations here. So I know the region very well. From here to Migori. And since we are near the lake, while walking and passing, I could see people taking shower near the lakes, isn't it? Near the rivers. And that is a fact. Kwa sababu hatuna maji ya tap huko nyumbani, we are not, it's not there, so you don't have to be telling people to go carry water for you. So my story is not a story of taking bath at the river, but it's a story that makes us to think, how do we make choices? The theme is about democracy mashinani, grassroots democracy, how can we participate, civic participation and the human rights. This is the discussion we are having, and I've listened to young people, spoken word. I've listened to the women talking about issues of widows' rights, their human rights, and we are going to listen more to the issues of participation. Very recently, we had an International Day of Democracy, and the conversation was, it is not enough to say you participated. It has to be meaningful engagement, isn't it? People participated through the finance bill of 2023-2024, but were their voices heard? Were their voices heard? I'm asking you, sauti zao zilisikika? They were engaged. They participated, public participation. And I know right now there are public participation about the budget process of 2025, right? 2025, 2026. Are you participating? Had your voices being heard in the budget making process? If your voice is not being heard now, the budget is going to be out and you are crying for priorities that were never budgeted for in the first place. So the story, I've told about this story in another gathering, and I want to tweak it a bit today, is about the story of the naked truth. The story is about two people, truth and lie. Wakusema ukweli na wakusema uongo. Wale wanaofanya biashara ile wanasema biashara ya recha. Unajua ni biashara gani? Biashara ya recha mnajua ni gani? Small business, hawking business. When people are doing hawking business, what are they doing? They have to walk around. Wakitembea wamenyamaza. Wanasema nini? Umewahi ona watu wale wa supermarket yesterday evening, you land Kisumu and then you feel the weather has changed. It's a bit warm. Nairobi ni baridi. And right now it's a bit warm. So I want to take this context. The lie and the truth. The truth came to Bondo and found the lie at the Bondo. So I'm not saying watu wa Bondo ni wanadanganyifu. And they said, the weather looks very nice. And since we are near the lakeside, can we go and take a path at the lake? But while walking to the lake, they found a well, kisima cha kutoa maji. Wakasema, maybe this well is better. The lake is quite far. Let's take off our clothes, jump into the well and take a bath or shower from there. So wakatoa nguo wakaingia wote kuoga. Na suniulize it was a man or a woman, I'm saying it is a truth and a lie. There is no gender there. So while they are in the water, in the well, the lie decided to get out. Si kuna yule mwenye amesimu amesikia amechoka. The lie got out. Akachukua nguo zake na akavaa nguo za the truth. Akatoroka. Akatoroka kwenda Bondo town. Nani angependa kuona mtu ambaye ako uji? Who wants to see a naked person? Kuna mtu anataka kuona naked person? Nobody. Nobody at all. So the truth, realizing that the lie has ran away with clothes, started chasing the lie. And already the lie is wearing the truth's clothes. Yes. But when people noticed, watu wakiona kuna mtu anakukimbiza ako uji, wanasema wewe ndio wazimu. So the truth felt ashamed because the lie had already taken his or her clothes. And while on the chase, the people were very unhappy about the truth. Because the truth was naked. And nobody wants to see a naked truth. Silently, the truth went back to the well and never to be seen again. And you know what does the lie do every day? The lie is walking in the streets of Bondo every day, wearing the truth, the clothes of the truth, and consistently telling the people that I am the truth. But is he the truth? It's a lie. What is this story telling us? How many people want to hear the truth? Or how many people want to tell the truth? There are very few, isn't it? This is about the democracy. How many people who come here during elections, you've been living here very comfortably. Your neighbor who's been telling you the truth about things now comes and tells you, I want to contest for this election. But the person who has not been here long enough to even experience and live with you comes with money. But with this money lies the lies. Under the money are the lies. And you will never see that because now you are blinded by money. We make these decisions every day in our lives, sometimes based on the lies that we have been told. And remember, the one who tells the lies most gets accepted. Isn't it? And somebody said like this: the naked truth is better than the best dressed lie. Hata msemi amen. Yani ni afadhali ukuwe naked lakini useme ukweli kuliko mwenye amejifunika nguo mzuri lakini about the democracy. And democracy, we all know, is a cornerstone of our society. And I don't want to ask people, what do you understand by democracy? But I want to simplify that. Are you being heard? Are your voices being heard? If your voices are heard, if you project your voice and the leaders in position of power hear you. Rona Foundation Widows presented a widows bill, which has become now a law in Siaya County. This means the voices of the widows have been heard. That is democracy. As long as your voice is being heard and the decisions are going to be taken around it, that is democracy. Democracy is also participating in decision-making spaces. We have the county representation here today as a key guest speaker. He will listen to you. You have been given this platform and you will be listened to. And when decisions are made, your voices are taken into account. That is democracy, because you must be meaningfully engaged, including citizens of Bondo having the right to participate to the betterment of their lives through democratic processes. Grassroots level democracy, because these are the grassroots level. And this is where leaders are nurtured and developed from. Hakuna mtu ameenda kudevelopiwa huko town. Hapa ndio wanaanza. I was listening to this last spoken word artist, very poetic in his statements. And I'm wondering, we have such big talents at Bondo. If you don't travel these spaces, you can't actually know. What he needs is another higher, bigger platform so that it becomes a national lead of influence. And I'm sure ForumCiv team, programs team have identified. I don't know why you missed in the Activism Academy. Did he apply or you missed opportunities? Again, a question, where do you check opportunities of growth from? You could have another opportunity next year to be able to apply. Which spaces do we have to express our opinions, our views, so that they can be considered? And I want to highlight, convene you. Convene and they will come, isn't it? I want to give you an example. Gen Z convened meetings X space. Did the president come or not? Where were people going to? Because they realized they have the power of convening. And you do have the power of convening so that you can convey your issues. I want to ask you, participate in town hall meetings where discussions that shape how the county is run are held. Grassroots, because they call for the barazas. Usingoje eti unalipo uende kwa baraza. If you are not on the table, you will be in the menu. You will be eaten. So I want you to be on the table where decisions are made, discussions are made about the development of your county and the country at large. You can also, participate in radio talk shows in the morning. I think you need to be very vocal. Piga simu kwa station, changia, because it's a national deputed and your voice will have been heard. You can also make a decision of running into an office. Why not? I know widows in Ronald Foundation who ran for member county assemblies, and they nominated and also elected, and we're happy about that. So if you don't take a bold step to move to the next level, who are you waiting for to help you move to the next step? So it's a challenge I want to pose to you. Participation, civic participation, is very crucial for the protection and the promotion of our human rights. So I'm connecting, how does your participation affect your rights as a human being? And we have to understand the interconnectedness of democracy, human rights, and this civic engagement, because the engagement gives you an opportunity to air out what the violations are. Being involved as citizens in democratic processes makes you become better informed. And I want to mention about the work that is being done by the guys in the Red Parrots. Sitarusha mawe tena. You promise you not throw stones again. Boniface Akachi. Where is Boniface? So if there is no Boniface, there is no leader in that group. Take a challenge. When Boniface is not there, the people in the Red Parrots should shout that you are here. Hatutarusha mawe tena. I just wanted to recognize that the work that you are doing, everybody does a good work, but the work that you are doing for defending human rights as well from your spaces. You are informing people about their rights and how they need to stand up for their rights by participating. Don't stand up for your rights by being violent, because sometimes violence does not result in results. But if it's extremely needed to happen, then that is the last resort. Ni kama ile bullet uko nayo ya mwisho, lakini you can have meaningful dialogue by engaging the duty bearers. By having knowledge about what you need to advocate for, you are therefore in a position to challenge injustices, raise awareness about the violations that I've talked about, and hold our leaders into account. Accountability is the biggest question that even made the Gen Z to go for demonstrations, because there's a feeling we are contributing, but we are not getting services commensurate. Nataka kung'ara kutoka kwenda nje, but barabara ni mbaya. Why is that, and yet you are paying taxes? But I also want you to know and raise your voices is not an easy journey. And we know about it from independence, including now. People who are raising, I know the Moraras, Gebaso, who is being arrested. I've seen similar people like him documenting from Bondo. I think I saw one saying, okay, look at this road. It was indicated it has been done, completed in books. But look at it, it's not tarmac, right? That is citizenship, citizen accountability. But does the government want citizen accountability? They just want you to say, eti barabara imekamilika. Na wewe unapita hapo kila siku unaona kibao barabara imeandikwa imekamilika. Imekamilika lini na nani? You know? I think we need to get to the seriousness of seeing We own this project from the beginning. Therefore, we hold accountable the leaders who have sanctioned this wanton destruction of the lives of citizens by taking away their resources. We have a model county in this country. Coming to the community is aware. What is the budget? When is it starting? When is it ending? When it's not moving, they are raising concerns. What is happening? And I think we need to move to that level. By being active citizens and engaging the duty bearers, we will see the change. But if we have a feeling so this journey of accountability, of promoting democracy, of ensuring civic education or civic engagement and respect of human rights comes with those very many challenges. However, for you to know, knowledge is important. Know anything. Do you think the leaders of this country will want you to know anything? They don't want you to know. But it is incumbent us, it's upon us to ensure that we go for the knowledge. I'm happy to hear that we had the university students from the neighborhood here to participate because they are here acquiring knowledge. And by having more knowledge, they are better informed and they can make better decisions. In conclusion, democracy at the grassroots level is not just an ideal. It is a necessity for a just and sustainable world. And our vision in ForumCiv, we are envisaging a society where everyone has the opportunity to contribute to the change, to contribute and act, and you have the power to effect change by ensuring we have a just and sustainable world. If you, an individual, you have the power to effect any change, don't wait for bigger changes at your level. Then we have, it's like the heartbeat of democracy, isn't it? And we've talked about the civic participation and the meaningful engagement is the heartbeat. If your heart is not beating, you are dead. So there is that one you should be able to know and see how do we engage. And also fostering the culture of accountability, which we are doing, and it's also facing challenges. But people will never get tired by asking for accountability and respect for human rights. A call into action that let us all stand up for what is right. Let's all stand up and engage relevant actors and let us work as partners, not as individuals, because change cannot be brought. Significant change cannot be brought by you alone. You need to work with other like-minded people for you to see the change that you want in Bondo, in Siaya, in the region, in the country, in Africa, and in the world. Thank you so much. Okay. I now have the honor and the singular pleasure to invite Gabriel, the keynote speaker for this meeting, and welcome Gabriel and address this beautiful gathering, eager to listen to you.
Thank you so much, Bana Obare and ForumCiv. Yesterday there was a power blackout in Siaya. I don't know whether there was a blackout in Bondo too, but there was a blackout, and it lasted many hours. And with the blackout, what caused the blackout? Nyoro steam olal. kuom joma ni Siaya tawinjo ni Bondo ke be stima nyola. En kamano. Ang'o manyo mi stima olal? Koth. Koth nyochwe nang'o? Gi yamo. Right? Koro mopogre gi lal mar stima ang'o kendo ma yamo nyotimo? Bondo kae. Ng'ano manyalo chungo wach no, dongo wacho voices, citizens' voices. What is the citizen voice on yesterday's storm? One of our climate change hazards in Siaya town is the storms. Right? Am I right? Steve, we know we are talking citizens' engagement. We've heard from them. Now it's government. If government also is interested in civic education and civic engagement. Did we see storms yesterday? Did we see the wind blow down some trees? You see? How many so? Let's me hear the voices. Right? Now that's a result of climate change. Right? Because we are experiencing torrential rainfalls that we never used to experience before, and with that comes the devastating effects of trees falling, power blackouts. Actually, from where I stayed, the electricity pole actually went down, and that caused the blackout, and that's actually why. By the way, I was asking that because I lost sense of time. I don't know whether it's morning or afternoon already. So Steve, I'll rely on your 2 minutes to midday. So I'm allowed to say good morning. Oyaure urujo thurua. Ero urkamano. Amor bedoka. First of all, let me start with English. Yeah? For our guests, because I realize the level of stakeholders or participants involved here are across board. Probably some are even international. Yeah? So for the leadership of the event we have today, personally, I'm here courtesy of Rona Foundation. ForumCiv has been mentioned to me a number of times, but today I'm glad to meet them. Members of Andy. Steve, I saw you introduce the teams here, but I didn't see somebody from Andy. Oh, the one from Nyando. Yes. What does Andy mean? Yes. Action Network for Disabled. Andy. Good. Thank you. Yeah, Steve, you know, this is what I see. Yeah, Madam Oseso, I see this quite a lot in the county government. Yeah, we stand for organizations. You know, you first of all have to know that organization. It shows you are a member of that organization. Then your voice would now be heard. Right? Your voice would be heard because I would now associate you and now associate Andy with some activity. So thank you for the leadership of Andy. Talanta Africa. I saw them. The Berets people. No, the Berets people are Sita Rusha Mawe. Talanta Africa, you are the theater group, eh? Have you come from Nairobi? Really? You're in Siaya here? No, where are you? In Kisumu, Talanta Africa. Thank you so much to meet you. Thank you. We will talk after that. Of course, there's the Rona Foundation, Mr. Agunda, Mr. Steve Agunda. But besides Agunda, Rona Foundation, when I come here to speak, Steve, one thing cannot go away from my mind. We are known by our actions. Rona is known to me by their actions. And they've acted in so many ways in Siaya County. Of course, the Widows Bill has been mentioned here, but there's a particular one. Forest. And forest cover. Talanta is from Kisumu. Anybody who knows the forest cover in Siaya County, what does it stand at? Voices for action, civic engagement. Yeah, you can't engage without knowing some of these facts, right? Yeah. Now, the forest cover, come on, you can't tell me you did. No? You people follow the president. The president was here, yes, just the other day, and he mentioned something about, who remembers what the president said about the forest cover in Siaya? He posed a question, yes? Yes, please. Well, how does it rate whole nation? Actually, 0.42%. And those are some of the areas that Rona Foundation, under their climate change, inclusive climate change adaptation project, Rona Foundation has adopted a forest in Siaya County. And part of what they want to do is even to gazette that forest. And the forest is called Mbaga Hill. And when I mentioned that, Steve, allow me to bring on board or to bring to your attention one assistant chief, Komolo sublocation. Is he around? Please just come, Bele. Come, Bele. This is a very important man. Very, very important. Very, very important. We'll give you time to say a word. He is an assistant chief in the government of Kenya, right? But this is one man who has stood with the Rona Foundation in Mbaga Hill, where forests were being poached, forests were being excised. But he has stood to make sure that even the trees Rona Foundation is planting in that forest are there to date. Makofi kwa huyu jamani, nimeomba kwenu. Chief, that is for your work, maintaining the forest in Siaya County. Asante sana, and we appreciate you. Steve, kama ungeruhusu jamaa angekaa huko mbele. So thank you so much for that. Sitarusha mawe tena. Right? Yeah, sitarusha mawe tena. Honestly, whatever you stand for touches any Kenyan's heart. From our lived experiences in Kenya, since 2007, actually since 1992, the first time I started hearing of clashes in Kenya, watu kurushana mawe, kubebana mapanga, right? Mine benuinje ndalomako ka ijaluo tidwa di Nairobi either kamba ichungu we korio kigoyo not imre ko sana ko timre ntie rowere wa mochung sani ochung kedo ni weche kaelago iluongo ni sitarusha mawe tena, right? And we stand by that. We acknowledge your efforts in that, because really, suppose nirushe mawe, hiyo kurusha mawe inaweza, I mean, can I achieve something bila kurusha hiyo mawe? Yeah. Can we just have a sit down and tuongee bila kurusha mawe? So asanteni sana, sitarusha mawe tena. My lived experience in Siaya County, I've seen youths dying. Kijana tu ametoka estate mtaani, yeye anaenda tu kurusha mawe. And actually one is my neighbor. And I said, no, hii maandamano haiwezi isha bila kurusha mawe. Hii haiwezekani, hata polisi wamezoea haiwezi isha bila kurusha mawe. And then the police mark you. This is the guy. You know, utafanya hiyo leo, mara ingine ya maandamano uanze kufanya, but the police have marked you. In fact, sometimes I get close to them and I say, huyu sasa, hii ndio yake ya mwisho. But then I've seen a few of them wanamalizwa tu because of kurusha mawe. So asanteni sana, sitarusha mawe tena. We are happy for what you stand for, and that would mean there is alternative ways to raise our concerns, isn't it? Yes, and then can we now start exploring those alternative ways, holding governments accountable, like Steve Agunda of Rona has said they hold the county government of Siaya accountable in terms of solid waste management. Hatujakataa, tunakubali, because some of these things zinatusaidia. So thank you so much, all those you've been represented here and made their talks. I'm actually very humbled, and Rona and the ForumCiv, thank you for hosting this. It might look small, but it's the content of what we discuss. It's what we've come to do that matters most. And to me, it's a just cause. It's a just cause. I really appreciate the level of organization you placed this to. In fact, I was looking and I saw JIPLA, events, communication, nikasema, kumbe hivi, kama jamaa wamefika kiwango hii, then these are the guys we should be partnering with to engage with citizens, isn't it? Yeah, these are the kind of guys we should be engaging with to effectively engage with citizens and there's no better way we can develop ourselves other than engaging. Right? Other than engaging. I remember the president's statement, the president's address after the Gen Z actually he actually threw the blame on the level of engagement. And he said, our communications team and our engagement team, honestly, we are not doing enough. We are not doing enough. And to that end, I would urge and even request Rona Foundation who are here. Yes, can we now rise? Yes, you're good enough. You're doing the Widows Bill. It's good. But beyond that, in regard to citizens, civic participation and human rights, could we then have another forum, maybe county level, and then we review ourselves as a county government, right? How have we handled, to what level are we with civic participation and civic engagement and human rights? Can we review what it has been for the past 10 years we've been in existence? Are there opportunities to make it better, or is it good enough we can maintain it where it is, right? I hope that should be a conversation taken up. I really thank and look forward to organizations, civic society groups like Rona Foundation doing this. I appreciate, at times it has caused action. Rona, are there a group of widows from West Game here? West Game what? They have a representative. Ako wapi? Kuja huku. I want to give an example of what civic participation can do. Mama, they say you are from West Game Ward, and you are a member of Rona Foundation from that ward. Are you part of the team that came to my office with a petition? Or you are there, right? And you did a petition. What, can you just tell them what the petition was about? I like doing action first.
Amoso uno kweuru kendo. Nyinga Beatrice Akinyi, Okoth, awok game, Komwok group. E game kanyan coordinator mar widows, achoko widows. Koro ne watero jatelo. Ka watero forms mege Floka Fund. Ne jatendo watemo juu na chini, ne watero gi bwabet kode. To kwa bahati mbaya ne ikawo group achiel kende e Westward. I mean per ward, one group per ward. Koro we hope sono wadhi wagoyo kang' moro to kik ubed jok maluoro donjo offices gi. Bed thuolo idonjo office, interact gi jogi e king'eyo gima timre mbele.
The petition was on, right now, in terms of climate change, yeah? The World Bank, through the National Treasury, Minister of Finance, has released some money to county governments, right? To actually finance community-led climate change initiatives. The program under which it operates is called Financing Locally Led Climate Actions. And it's there, even in Nyando, it's there, right? And then they felt, yes, Floka is going on, proposals are being received, but us as widows, we need consideration. We are told we are actually committees who are led by citizens, right? So when they went to their ward committee, later we can see the office of the government directly. And that's how it reached. Right. But now you wanted to do cassava. Already you are doing cassava. The beauty is the group that is being supported under Floka in Westgate is also doing cassava. So I have told you the idea. Then is there any harm combining the two? Because you are interested in the cover, the group that is there is also interested in cassava. What you want to receive are actually support. You need that support. So through that window, we can be able to get that support. And that is the position. And that is the beauty. I just wanted to action amplifying your civic participation or citizens' voice. Because out of that petition, I was able to realize, oh, so there's a group that wasn't heard at that level. Right? And one of the program's principles is leave no one behind. And so we had to hear them. And we have to hear them, and it's under consideration. Asante sana, Mama. I wanted to cite that as an example to know that actually civic participation is not just about because Rona wants it, because it's a human right, but it yields results. And that is one of the things I wanted to actually cite as an example of what civic participation can actually help us achieve. So I really don't want to dwell much. I basically want to thank you, the organizers. Please, if need be, if possible, I would actually would have loved to see this kind of thing. Maybe under the climate change theme, lifted up or cascaded upwards up to the county level. Then we can have discussions. We could have, because to me, the way Rona Foundation, where it has reached, I know of the activities. The Mbaga thing was just one, hilltop afforestation. They have a widow group in Wichloom. I know they're doing market cleanup. They have another widow group in Sidindi Ward who are actually, I think, adopting River Siga. And I see the caucuses just within that Sidindi Ward alone, actually the village in which they are, a group of 90 widows. You didn't even know it existed. 90. And they're doing marvelous things. They're doing officers get to know you. Now you, through Rona, we've seen here Women Enterprise Fund. Is it something that can benefit you as women? Is it something that can benefit you as widows? Great. Next time, invite, there's the youth fund. Yeah. Invite the management of the youth fund. Because I see Talanta Africa, these are youths. Chances are they have their fellow youths within us here. It may not be within the docket of Rona that they're dealing with widows, but the widows are the mothers of the youth. And do you think it would just be good for widows benefiting and your sons and daughters not benefiting? Suppose there's an opportunity, can't we explore that opportunity together for them? I would want to urge the Rona Foundation team, please get linkages. If not possible, I can give you a linkage to the youth fund so that you also know, yes, as widows, we have our youths. How are those youths being taken care of, right? And then there would be that support from the youth fund, just as we have the women fund. One challenging thing that we face as duty bearers, right, is at times these opportunities are there, right? But then the level of organization, this level of self-governance is wanting and does not necessarily allow or actually denies us access to some of these funds, right? I want to give the example of what we are doing under the Financing Locally Led Climate Action Program, FLOCA. We did assessments, we got proposals, but you go back to the ground, you put the team together. This is a proposal we got from East to Kenya, and they want support in doing house avocado farming. We were here to do the environmental and social impact assessment for the project. The same community that sent the project is the same community that is fighting it again on the ground. Now, how do you implement? Right? You know, you are faced with a challenge. So I would really want to urge us as community groups, as people, residents, you know, even in urban areas, I see residents associations, right? Would we be able to start coming up with such organizations? Then we give our voices in a structured way, right? You know, Talanta Africa is structured. It has its organization, it has whatever. People would listen to you. But if you were to go there as an individual, I'm Michael Tieno from Talanta Africa, my issues are this and this and this. You see, those are your issues, they are not your group. No duty bearer would really take you seriously. But if you go with the group name, here is even the petition signed by group members. You know, I would give us, actually, they would even give you a seat in my office. Now I want to listen to you well. So we are. So I think with that, I would want to end there. But for the sake, for purposes of communication, just allow me to say one or two in my local vernacular. Because I just na kwa na watch kama Kisungu wase dhumoni jo Kisungu mobire nyasi makawuono ni wan ka e jo kilande radio muwinjo kata kilongo e tim public participation mondi neni dwaro ni no ochop kare, right? Koko chope kare in gi thuolo mawacho no ne wakwayo kama waneno gi mang'eny to seche moko yo mwaneno gi yebe seche moko gin gik ma encourage majiwo chuny ng'ato gi tich, right? Anyalo wacho nitie instances mose dhi public participation nda luongo jopiny watwaga ne uru ewe kaka idwa los budget maiga manyien kata kapok uchako kombe me bare wa ol gma otu kodwa pok uchako kata loso. Mano koro duondi winjo nade? Samise tamri duondi ok winj seche mise timo kamano no imiga mana jogo thuolo kara timuru gi mudwaro. Nikech gin gibaro ne wabiro kata jopiny no dagi ni gin onge gima giwacho. Koro wadhi jopiny man komachielo manene gik ma gidwa wacho mondo tim. Koro sami tamri ga thuolo mar jasirkal close kodi no mondo utwagi no itamri ga thuolo mar area nu mondo dongre. Nikech kokin michiwo paro mar dongruok mudwaro area uno onge ka sirkal biro kete budget onge ka biro timre. Koro mano e gima ne daher jiwa ahinya kuomwa kwadok chien wajiwra ahinya wach machiwo paro. Kinde mang'eny mana kaka mama West Game no wacho waluoro kata dhi office. Office no bedi donje adier. Office en mar japiny. Right? Donge gato kadwa dhi office no donge anatie buo governor. Governor no yudo tich nadi ko kuone manomiyo. Donge governor kada do bedo governor to wini manobiro iru. Ombuche manoteri kuro. Koro wacho mondo mi atin japiny kaka adwaro officers. Adwaro director environment. Temi ke digo ka governor mani mi thuole mo miati nafas babedo office no. And the time ibiri office no. In gratiro mar chopi office no, mar ketwag penjo, mar nondura tichi nenon gik moko timre yo makare. Seche moko be ko giketo jomoko tesre to gik moko ok dhi maber. Erokamano ahinya Steve kuom loso nyasi ni. Erokamano the Embassy of Sweden under Sverige. I have to say this, Steve. There's a way these donors communicate. Under the program I'm talking about of local financing, local-led climate action, I know we have special fund from Sverige. Yeah? I know we have special fund from Sweden's Sverige, and that you are even supporting the Voices to Climate Action is even more appreciated, and we have to thank you for that. I think with that, thank you so much, the organizers. I look forward to more stronger engagement. I look forward to having a more vibrant society as a result of this event today. And for the rest of the programmed activities, we want to see the education materials we can get from this. Youth, we want to see your talent. Thank you for bringing Ochomo. We've been toiling with the idea of puppetry, the role of puppetry in development. Is it time we change course? Normally we go for dancers, traditional dancers, Jopeke, Joajawa. But is there space for the youth? I want to challenge you, Ochomo and team. I would really love to see a team that would champion environmental activities in a way that would connect with the population. That is what my challenge would be to you. I really welcome you. Penjo, you know, I know Kaluro Penjo, but one microphone, Erigo, where do the microphone, Kango Yeno Penjo, Tibro Penjo. Obro mitwol. Eror kamana nyagi mang'eny mawachogo ageno ni ochoponi ng'ato wan thuolo biro pimo kar achiel. Mano kende eyo madwanene kod dongruok thurwa. Mano kende eyo mabe wang'eyo kaka jo sirkal ni wanyalo wabedo gadier, wabedo confidence ni kara gima timo japiny moro japiny. Thank you so much, Steve.
Director. Thank you so much, Director. Thank you. That is the essence of this particular. When we started, tulikuwa ni sisi tunaongea. We were telling them, sindio? But now it's them to also speak to us, sindio? Tumeshukuru sana Director Gabriel, much respect. You talked about Ochomo, to another activist. Another activist, yeah. Yes. So, yeah. Jodalo Wijo. Okay, Sairu Kamano. So at this point, I want to welcome on stage Felicity, who is also an activist fellow and ForumCiv, to give us at least a piece, at least one piece, so that we can get into the screening. One piece, so that we can get to the documentary screening.
Udinade, Vandover, and Ilwangani Felicity Moody's. Very, very honored to be here today. And before I start the piece that I want to perform, every single time kuna revolution in a place, every single time kuna resistance, any single time the citizens want to create peace in the world, you find that kuna casualties, right? It shouldn't be, and it's a very sad state of affairs, but it's what happens. Just like we saw juicy with the Gen Z protest, even as we go back to Teremka Tena Kitambo during the pre-colonial times and our forefathers were fighting for independence, like people die. And I know that it is a very sad thing, especially for us who are parents in the room. To lose your child is such a very painful thing. To lose the people that we love, it's such a painful thing. So I'm just going to request us to take a moment of silence for all the departed souls in the struggle. Thank you so much. How many of us in this room have children? Jadi manigi nyithindo? Awesome. Jadi kuoma manigi nyithindo manyiri? Awesome. So recently, I held my little daughter in my arms, her cold, tiny body. I wrapped her so tight, hoping that maybe if I did it for long enough, I could be able to pass some of my warmth to her, give her a little bit of breath, even if it was just one more second, because I could have given anything to hear her call me, Mama, Mama. I can still smell the metallic scent of her blood, 2 bullets lodged in her non-existent frame. The doctors declaring that it was a little too late, there isn't anything much they could do for me. Her head split open at the back, white fluid oozing, face, wrong time. She died in the crossfire during a protest. Guys, they say she died in a crossfire. Crossfire. In the balcony of my own house. Make me understand what crossfire means again, because for the life of me, I can't seem to get it. Okay, let's be stupid and imagine for a moment it was a crossfire. But why on earth would you be shooting at innocent civilians, expressing their displeasure at your leadership? Mama, my head hurts. Am I going to die? Am I going to go to heaven and be with Kwaru? I hear her voice ring, her very last words to me. I wake up, startled. I fell asleep on the floor next to her bed again. She's been haunting me in my dreams. And sadly, I am not the only one nursing these wounds and pain. Nightmares that were caused by politicians who don't care who they ban on their way to their ascension. Piles of bodies on more piles of bodies, a staircase for him, a stepping stone to the throne, mocking us as he drinks our blood, feeding on our flesh, mocking us for our foolishness. How could we trust him, think he's one of us? He's one we've lost. Inciting. And then behind closed doors in his high castle, heavily guarded, he shakes hands with the very mheshimiwa he swore he knew. Wajinga hawa, wajinga nyinyi, wajinga sana. They clink cups, louder and louder, the sounds of their laughters, louder and louder, the sounds of our chants of resistance and revolution, louder and louder, the deafening sounds of bullets to silences. This men and women in uniform, swearing an oath to protect us, laughable. Who will protect us when we need protection from them? What do you do when the shelter has suddenly turned into danger and you are left with no shield? The weapons that ought to keep us safe being wielded against us. We are left defenseless, distressed, caressed and embraced by dread. The police have become a nightmare, the kind that gallantly attacks even in broad daylight. No, don't let me go mentioning the names of those who fall and prey, hunted by their own countrymen, bruised brutally until bloodshed men turned into savage animals. They lost all sanity, every ounce of humanity, because how do you get to this extent of beastliness? And as if that isn't bad enough, you have shamelessly renamed as anarchists, treasonous criminals, defender of the weak, now preying on the very people he swore to protect, while covering his sins by praying and ending insincere hallelujahs from church leaders who care for nothing apart from fattening their own pockets. Wolves wondore ni rito nyirombe karagine magihadho nyirombe gitieko. They made us forget that we have the power, that we, you and I, we are the power. Turned us into puppets. See now we are taking back our rightful place. We refuse to be tossed and turned. Vote for people that have the people at heart. And after elections, hatutarusha mawe tena. Na kama kuna mheshimiwa anadai fracas, baba njoni kusho chokite mangen kadaudi pongofuki alafiria ndaratir. Idimani mheshimiwa wawango ino juu raundi hii hatutapigana juu ya mse mwingine, hatutableed ndo bleed. Now more than ever, we realize that it is us to make or break this country. This is from our tribes. This is a battle for accountability, responsibility, and we are no longer begging for it. We are fiercely demanding it for our democracy, our economy, our land. We cannot afford to keep fighting wrong. And as we break free, we will allow others to be set free. Our children, the generations coming after us, those we have never known, they will hear about us. They will see our resilience and they will know that the chains aren't permanent. Dear black child, Minyoro Nguka, the scales are off your eyes, oh God, close wangi, the ball is in your court. This time, please choose Kenya. This time, yera wa motherland, nikech madala, nyakawan warite, kokwatang to wapro. And if you or you are still tempted to stay in the side of silence, please, oh my little girl, snatched from me too soon. Mama, my head hurts. Am I going to die? Am I going to go to heaven and be with Kwaru?
Honestly, some of these sink deep, right? Yeah. So when you can relate, it sinks deep. Huh? I just had Mama, and I thought about who will say Kapapa. Hiyo joke imeland, si ndio? Imeland. See wall. Thank you so much, Mudis. Without wasting time, I just want to slide it back to Abdul. I don't know if the screen will be working. Oh, okay. All right. So over to you.
More than one or two languages because I need to Swahili and English. To more than one or two languages because I need to Swahili and English only, then maybe we can have now this conversation in the rural and have even lawyers and advocates come in and help us dismantle and to break down what this word means to various
Human rights grievances have been things like police brutality. Every time after the cycle of violence, we have always had to deal with a lot of people who have either been shot dead by the police, assaulted by the police, detained, illegally detained, arbitrarily arrested. Some of them are even being framed and prosecuted maliciously and even taken to court.
The issues that I feel are very close to Siaya County is the recent police brutality and during demonstrations and protests, which are civic rights.
So when they find a young person and they try to harass, they try to extort, that young person refuses, they can brutalize. And when we follow up such cases, we find that in most of their reports, they always say that stones were being thrown at them, people were hostile to them. And when you come and investigate, you really come to understand that it was the police who are violating the people in return. We have to have a communal decision on how to deal with these grievances, on how to deal with this cycle of violence. You know, as young people, we have always been branded as violent and rioters. And this has also been used to deny us from participating in and practicing key cardinal rights, like the right to assembly, the right of expression, the right of participation. We would even go into a public participation forum, and by just that fact that you are a young person and you are really trying to express yourself, you'd be branded as violent, and this can be used against you. It is important for us as a people to find ways of reinforcing our proposals during public participation forums, even if it includes going to protests to ensure that that happens. And I think that is even what is going on in the country right now, that people feel like their issues, their grievances that they raised with the finance bill have not been considered.
So what I think the government can do is that the government should work to protect the Constitution of Kenya to enable us to continue being a democratic country and to enjoy our democratic rights, and also engage the police in education and build their capacities around the level of force that they're allowed to use during protests, and explain to them their role during protests and demonstrations is to protect and ensure that the citizens are safe.
As a people, it's so very important for us to embrace non-violence. Those that are lawful, those that are peaceful. to ensure that whatever we are saying, the duty bearers are able to adopt.
Our responsibility now as us. I know many a times we get first into accusing the government, accusing the leaders, saying how they've done this, they haven't done that, they have done that. But it is also our responsibility to, one, read. Many a times we have ignored a lot of bills, a lot of acts, a lot of laws, because we are known as a nation which does not read. So it is our responsibility to read the Constitution, know what it says about the various things that we're doing, including picketing. And when you talk about peaceful demonstration, but do you know the next clause talks about the responsible ways to do so? You know, so it is important that we also get to learn these laws. It is important that we know about these laws. And if one day we'll get to a level where probably we can translate the Constitution to more than 1 or 2 languages, because I know it's in Swahili and English only, then maybe we can have now this conversation in the rural regions, that the various terminologies, and have even lawyers and advocates come in and help us to dismantle and to break down what these words mean to various people. That way we will be able to have conversations with people who actually are knowledgeable of what they are talking about.
The civil society must also play along. They must ensure that they are there to speak to government and the duty bearers, to speak to the people and empower them with information, and also to be able to respond to any issues that might arise in any time we have violent confrontations. The government institutions that have been formed, IPOA is very key, because its main role is to oversight the work of the police. If they don't do that work, then the police become rogues. And if the police become rogues, it is the common mwananchi who suffer. The Kenya National Commission of Human Rights has a very important role to play as an institution of government that is tasked to ensure that human rights, the fundamental human rights, are observed by government. They have been rather silent or a bit slow in responding. It is important for them to add their voice into these conversations around people speaking about public order management. And the members of the public, they must embrace active nonviolence. There is enough historical evidence to prove that only active nonviolence protests have been successful. Even in areas where we've had very dictatorial leaderships like Sudan and Tunisia, we've always seen that whenever the public embraced active nonviolence, then their grievances have been able to be addressed as young people. That is the only way we can ensure that our decisions reach the table, and whatever decision is made also works to our favor.
Thank you so much. We won't get into a discussion around that, because the discussion is going to be led, is going to be held in the panel that we're going to have now. And I want to invite the moderator for the panel that we're going to have right now, the panel session, Max Daniel. Makofi kwake akija. Yes. Take it over.
Hello. Beruru kendo. Maber. Kaka nawacho cha, nyinga en Maxi Daniel. Adwa tayo chenro moro kae. Are has dholuo chien kacha. Unyapa mona koro. Koro adhi bedo gi moko languages. So if you're not able to comprehend, kindly you can tell us, alafu tuone tutafanyaje. Meanwhile, thank you very much, our able MC aka Mtu wa Mkono, for the good work you're doing. All right. So for this particular moment, I'm going to invite the panelists on board. So I'm going to have Joy Wanga from Talanta Africa. Hey, makofi hiyo ni ya wivu. Piga makofi vizuri. Huyo amelipana huyo. All right, the next person we're going to have on board is Nick Makondwat. Huyu ako Lipana. Aya. As anakuja, let's also have on board Gabriel Oduong, our director for water, environment, and natural resources. Amtaki makofi. Haukusalimia watu. You may have a seat. We can use we can use Chini. All of us can just move to. He has said he is fine, so let's give him time to finish. As he comes on board, we are also inviting Veronica Atieno to also come on board. Veronica yawa, jogi kiai. Thank you very much, everyone. So half the time, I am not going to be up here. I'm going to be down there. And so I need somebody to support me with carrying a microphone to that other side. Because I am only moderating, you guys are going to be fully involved. Sawa sawa. Sawa sawa. Nimeshapata volunteers wawili. Mwenye ashafika. Maisha jitume. Usipojituma utatu. All right, so I'm going to give my panelists. I'll my nice suit. All right. So I'm going to come back to you, and we're going to do this in the next 20 minutes. Wangapi wako njaa? Wangapi? Wacha niulize tena. Wangapi wako njaa? Oh, wamekuwa 8. So okay, 25 minutes. Aya, sawa. Thank you very much. So I'm going to give them a chance to introduce themselves in no particular order. Tunaweza anza hapa, and then we continue, and then I'll come back to you in the next few minutes. As I said earlier, my name is Maxi Daniel. I work with Talanta Africa, and it's amazing to have you guys here. Aya.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear her?
Good afternoon. My name is Joy Lois Wanga. I am an activist and an activist fellow from ForumCiv. If nilikuwa na rehearsal ya venye naenda kujiintroduce, nilipanga jana. But since now that I'm here, I'm just going to summarize it. I'm a multidisciplinary artist. What that means is that I use various forms of art, that is visual and digital art, to do art. The 3 areas in which I'm very passionate about, and that is mental health, climate justice, and gender equality. I do that under Talanta Africa. I also do it under Lecture Gallery and various other places that we work with, like Freedom Movement and Women Art Movement. Yes, I am very excited and passionate to have this conversation with you guys and just understand what the challenges are and answer a few questions that you may have. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Osaore uru, urionade, manobera. Muneno, no, that's part of me, so don't worry. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect my day. So it's a daily thing. Alwar pile tangio. Wanajua mamos inyiso every day. But it is part of my day. Thank you very much. My name is Nick Makondwat. I'm the director, Kisumu Action Disability Development Network. It is an organization advocating on disability issues. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. How are you? Wamama hai. Vijana hoye. Talanta viva. Sitarusha mawe viva. Thank you. You're all represented. My name is Gabriel Odong. I work for the county government of Siaya. That means I'm a civil servant with the responsibility to coordinate issues of environment, climate change services to the community. And so I work in the capacity of Director, Environment, Climate Change, and Natural Resources. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. Wamama hi. Jensis hi. Hoi Jensis. Okay, kwa majina naitwa Veronica Tieno Odundo. I work with Rona as a climate change. I'm the coordinator of Widows Barkowino and Kibuye Widows. I'm the coordinator to them. Then with Rona, I'm the climate change champion. Karibuni sana.
Hizi vitu za mikono ya wanadamu can embarrass you. But anyway, thank you very much for that beautiful introduction. And I hope you guys are paying attention. Why you? Microphone yangu iko wapi? Aya, ninakuja. Ndio huyu mimi. Who is paying attention? How many of you are paying attention? Mmesikia introduction? Mmesikia vizuri? Adhi anekoni. Uwinjo kaka jogo no fulore. Angisa uni adhi chien kacha umia coaching madhulu ari adek. Sani atek no? Hey. Koro, ewa winjo kaka jogo fulore dongi. To ni wan gi penjo moko mwadwa penjo gi kaka jogo ma olonye gik mopogore opogore dongi. Koro ineno nyadendi ni. Adwani kitingo badi malo, adwani kin gi penjo. Dholuo no survive. Ka in gi penjo titingo badi malo, to biro iri. To mi microphone tipenjo ne ng'awa gini? Jolony donge. Wachakane an makuongo penjo mondi donge. Aya penjo mokuongo. How many of us go for public participation? How many of us go for public participation? I don't know how to translate that. Jiadima digae. Angoa? Bura mar paro. Mar somo paro. Mar choko paro. Jiadima diga. Tinga badi malo. Adwani nyadendi ni okeli microphone. Ingisa ni mani dia no. Nen mane. Tonuti mango. Donge. Aya. Ting badu malo kendo. Yer ngata cheli ni. Aya. Winjuru jothurwa.
Basi yokwete. Kachung kaluonga ni Elisa Luo chago tukachien. Ne wadhi migwena. Diere manokelnwa kaka inyalo miwa pi, kaka inyalo miwa gik moko e kor gweng' kucho. Koro mano ne wadhiye mane wawacho pachwa. Nikech idwaro ni mondo winj pachi gi gima idwaro mondo timni. Koro koko timni. Magi makelo waka mondo wapenj ta ang'o momiyo gik ma wadwaro ok otimno.
Choka bet piny. Pamne uru? Kapok ibet piny. Kuma nudhieno nobedo successful koso pod uluo?
Nitiere ma waseyudo, osekuny pige moko but kama wantiere to pok wayudo pi. Pod wageno. To bende wadhiro mondo wayudi.
Aya, mpigeni makofi tafadhali. Any other person who went for us? Let's go to the back. Niliona mikono mingi nyuma. One person from the back, alafu we continue.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okweuru. Untie. Adhiga public participation mar financial year matimore Kisumu County. So the last one adhi mar proposed bill is on the process, and we give out our views. We are waiting for the better result because we participated.
Okay, thank you very much. There was another hand up on Yuma Bado. Where was it? The other hand, one last one. There's a beautiful lady at the corner. Hoping that I've said lady in a lady ni right.
It is right. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Dorcas Awol. I am the founder and director Siaya Skating Club. It's a kids club in Siaya County that is currently involved in sports for climate action. We are using sports to empower the young children from the age of 3 to 17 on how they can be of help in our fight in climate action. Now, I've attended few public participations in Siaya County. My main interest is on sports and partly on environmental issues. I would like to say that unfortunately, we are coming to the end of the year, and I would like to say I have not seen any impact in my participation in the public participations. From my end, I would say maybe it's just a routine activity. It really doesn't matter what you say. That is when it comes to sport. So maybe in other departments, they are listening to what people say in those public participations. But in sports, I would say it's a no for Siaya County.
Makofi kwake tafadhali. For those of us who've never attended public participation, what for us to know? So why are you not answering this question? Why you're not attending public participation? Okay, please do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Pascal Ochen. Natoka Kisumu County. For me, I've been attending public participation, but recently, I've not been attending public participation with reasons. Last time we went for public participation, we went to Ragumo Hall. To me, I come from Kisumu in Kisumu East. I'm being led by Shakel Sabir. Kenye tuliona hapo, yenye hatukufurahisha, tulienda public participation, wenye walikuwa hapo, si wenye wanatoka Kisumu East, walibebwa na gari, wakiletwa, ili washangilie kulingana na kenye inaendelea. Tulifuatilia tukaona ati hao watu wenye waliletwa na gari ni hao wenye wanatoka side za MP, naelewa. Hata kama umebeba mkono kila kitu iko sawa, unacheki. Hiyo ndio maana kuanzia hiyo siku hadi leo sijaenda public participation, because wenye wako kwa ground, wenye wanavotia MP, they are not given that chance to air their views. So from that day nilisema ni heri niachane na mambo ya kwenda public participation. Wenye wana participate ni wenye wamebebwa na magari kutolewa mahali pengine. So hiyo ndio challenge yenye mimi niliona, ndio maana nilisema hata sitaienda. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Makofi kwake tafadhali. So sababu, maybe Willis before you go, sababu ya mimi kuwa engage na kutaka kusikia opinions zenu, niju nataka direct questions to this group of individuals. I might have questions, but zitaniserve kwa boardroom. Si tunajua boardroom? Mali wanaendanga tu wanaongea kizungu alafu ni hivyo. Wanaenda tungi wachoni, principality ya yani gik madongo donge. Alafu hakuna kitu inafanyika kwa ground. Donge. So I want us, tumesikia introduction yao? Tumesikia? Wa kwanza ni? Na anafanya nini? Med volume jayalo. Activists. Next. Nick. Anafanya nini? Exactly. Ana champion for people with disabilities. Sindio? Next. Director. Si mko na maswali? Josiaya, wangipenjo ni director. Wang'eny donge. Next. Winje ng'ato shout ni widow. Surely. Kendo ati? Climate change ambassador. Alafu? Widow benikanyo donge. Batoti mango for widows? O coordinate donge. O make sure ni matters marwa kaka one widows one catered for dong. Wangi akamana one widow pare. All right, so kindly, I need us to direct questions to them. Anyone who has a question for the director, please raise your hand. Mtu ameshout pale nyuma, wangipenjo, tuko na swali. So I need us to direct those questions to them today. We are not even going to give questions from boardroom. Hatutafanya hivyo. Tunataka wewe na wewe na wewe na mwingine. You raise your hand, ule mrembo pale nyuma kupatie microphone. You ask them and they have to answer. See, that's why we are here. See, they have to answer. Somebody like Joy has to tell us how is she using art kutetea haki za kibinadamu, si ndio? Na so far amefanya aje, si ndio? Hiyo ni swali ya kwanza, jibu ama awache? Aya, so akijibu hiyo mjue mjitayarishe na maswali zenu, si ndio? Aya, sawa. Nani ako ready na swali? So my microphone person, look at my people, ama do I need another person? You're good? Kwa kazi? Aya, sawa. So maybe you can get to the first question and then maybe the impacts when other people can be involved in art and all that.
As an artivist, I think my journey in art specifically, began a very long time ago. But my journey as an artivist began at Talanta Africa. I had a conversation with Stephen Okwan, and he gave me an opportunity to actually solve problems using my art. And the first problem that I am able to solve using art is mental health issues. So I, together with Talanta and other organizations, host art therapy sessions. Art therapy ni si art class, ni tunapatana youths every Sunday. So apa, you don't need to know how to draw, like ama paint. You just come, sit down, alafu we talk about things that you're facing. Your wiki imekuwa aje. Because you'd find kulipa therapist ama psychologist ni expensive sana. Like most people hawezi afford. But then when we have these art therapy sessions, art has been proven to be a very powerful tool to help people unwind and just tap into what they are going through. So we do that every 2 Sundays of the month. And it's been very impactful. And also with art, I said I'm a multidisciplinary artist. So other than just the art therapy sessions that I lead, I also do digital activism. Digital activism is mnaona hizi posta zenye zinambianga watu waende maandamano. Mnaona hizo posta zenye zinasemanga Ruto must go. Hizo posters ni sasa watu kama mimi ndo huwa tunatengeneza. So we sit down, look at the issues that we're facing. Kama mnakumbuka time ya protests za Gen Z, tulikuwa tunaangalia watch ya one of our members of parliament ni shule ngapi in a certain county. You get, so just making all these things that are very complex for a common mwananchi to understand, we simplify it in a visual way, because tunaona kitu yenye si lazima, so because si kila mtu hapa ameenda shule amesoma. Unapata mtu mwenyezi ezi elewa tuseme constitution, tukisimplify kwa drawing ama painting ni rahisi for mtu kuelewa kenye inasema. Mnaonanga hizi cartoons zinakuanga kwa gazeti za it's more or less satirical or sarcasm on the governance, on the poor governance that we're having in this country. So that's my activism, to advocate for social change. Also on the climate justice space, we have had so many forums with Talent Africa and Freedom in Healing. to advocate for this. So, on 26th October, we're having a poetry show. Si mmependa performance ya Felicity. So we're having performances like that on 26th of October to talk about the intersections of climate change and SRHR. Hiyo yote ni art, because nikisema activism haimaanishi kuchora peke yake, inamaanisha kuimba, inamaanisha kuandika, inamaanisha kudance, kuact, venye si tulikuwa na skit ile ya kwanza enye we also, that is also a form of activism. So that is what I do, and that is the things that I've been doing so far.
Thank you very much for that. And the reason why nimeuliza hiyo swali is because wengi wetu tuko na a certain idea of what activism is, but hatujui practicality yake na kaje, si ndio? Hi. Sitaki tupoteleane, nataka tubaki. Alafu I'll go to the, remember, mnakumbuka, sisahau maswali zenu. Maswali bado introduce, si ndio? Hello? Yes. So we're going to go to Nick. Nick atuambie na yeye pia kuna hii kizungu ametumia consultant. Disability consultant. Atuambie hiyo inakaaje kwa sisi wenye sema All right, so let's hear from him. Atuambie venye anafanya na venye sisi pia tunaweza tukarekebisha, si ndio? Haya.
So, Kisumu Action Disability Development Network, through Nick Makondwat, we do advocacy. We inform the community on the rights of persons with disability. And one, we have to understand that person with disability is a human being before he becomes a person with disability. Because when I go to look for opportunity anywhere and I walk in, before I'm asked, kapoko penja ni adwarango, tosetimango, hasebedo marked. Sechemana luar kain, I got a lot of information. Or they told, makeuru. So a person with disability, kapo kimaka, let me understand. Let me make you understand what I want. Nike sechemoki biro maka, toka mimaka no emamo achuogolo. Sechemoko tienda mimako no emantie position manyako bede kachu. Dongi nano kaji uselora. Ngato ka ngato dwa mako position. Emamo ni winjo kawacho the word moro relax. So kapo kichungo ngato kata kapo ngano iwacho ne mos mang'eny go the tip engineer. But this is what I always do. This awareness I'm doing. Kapo kimake to penjeni akonyi nade. Iwinja. So that onyisi ni ka crutches ni ketka. Chungnaka adwa chuoti crutches ni kacha mondo kiko kier. Are you getting that? So kapo kimaka we ane manyisi gima dwa ni mondo team. So we do this kind of awareness and creation. Two, awinjo ko wacho gimoro ni ngato no yudo accident nyoro odonje ngo. I always tell them kab gibiro yera nyami 1 year koki accept. What am I trying to say? If you don't accept disability, idhi bedo traumatized. Kasti idhi bedo piny moro ni chon natingo pi atero kenda e baf. To sani nyaka nyis Felicity. Felicity ema nyaka terna pi e baf. Felicity maybe en nyathini. Ananga madiku. Felicity nyaka timanade. Agora piny e baf. Pod an get a lot of regrets. So these are some of the things I do. I want to change your perception. Nikech isedonje world machielo. Ning'iyo ni itimo gik moko kindi. But kawuono itimoni. To kata kok itim, nitie kama koro itimango, ichope. Another thing is about leadership and governance. Persons with disability are they included in leadership and governance? Adwa penjo jo Siaya. Useneno ng'ama nigi disability ma en minister e Siaya County. Nitie ka nitie to ting' badi mali nyisa ni luonge ning'o. Ka luongo ka penjo jatenda mobet bathan. Bende nitiere director man gi disability. Obro nyisi ni onge. MCA ka nitie to nobedo nominated, though omwene tang'eni nobedo elected. Ang'e history ma Siaya kik upanakia. So, ibro yudo ni they are not involved. Seche moko nyake chama mar gweng, kata seche ma arambe nitie, not arambe, let me go back to the funeral. Seche mimi ji responsibility, ng'ama ng'olok mi responsibility, eno bro konyo wanade. But anyalo bete committee no and I give ideas. Okochuno na dhia bar yien, eka bede committee no. Seche moko, angi paro manyalo konyo. So that's what cabinet does. We make sure that persons with a disability are included, are involved in everything. So that gin bende give feel they are part of it. Saniki the national government. People are talking about every push on election, election board, don't it? Ibro winjo the previous one, benentie ngamane ni ngol a commission. Unge na why podding but seche ma mine timo gik moko gini keto gi kanye nango ibro nyisu ni okaw space mar joma nigi ng'ol. Ok wadak gi ng'ol by the way, wan gi ng'ol. We are not people with disability, we are persons with disability. Anyalo wacho mang'eny ok wewe gi ka.
Makofi kwake tafadhali. Maswali zimeongezeka. Nakam. Tutaskip director kidogo yake. Special case. Tutarudi kwake in a bit. Acha tuende
Yes. Agoyo erokamano mokwongo ne Nyasaye momiyo koro wachopo e sechegi. Adwa loso. I'm happy gi nying momedi nwendo as a widow. I'm very happy and very comfortable with that name. Adwa wacho ni bet a widow ok en richo, ok en ng'ol. To kise kawe ni an a widow to an anyalo timo gimoro amora, inyalo nena kamoro amora, anyalo bet mana koro kaka bet malo kae, tibro bedo very comfortable in life. Kendo duondi biro winjore. Koro kaweyo wach mar widowsum, adokie wach mar climate change. Kendo gimomiyo koro an malo kae kendo amor. As a widow asewacho ni ibet comfortable kendo ibet thuolo nikech ok en richo, ok en ng'ol. Koro adwa kwayo ni climate change mantiere go kae mondo duol ong'ere mondo winjre maber. An as the coordinator mar Kibuye to gi Barkowino under Buorona Foundation. In climate change, their resistance to the weather. Those foods that can do very well in our sub-county or in our county. So, as the widows kata mwatimogi on our projects, one give those crops like cassava, omwogo, rabuon, millet, and also budho, pumpkins. Those crops can do very, very well, and I can witness in Barkowino we are doing, in Kibuye we are doing those things. And gitimoma very well. So, as a widow gigi konyowa, ka wan wayudo the crop resistance crop, gikonyowa like cassava. Cassava en onge gi season mare. En inyalo wuok tidhi pidhe to really cassava is really promising. As a person, I can witness to you ni 2020 cassava tero go nyathi university kagolo cassava, and from there achako puonjogo my fellow widows ber mar pidho omuogo. Atero go nyathi school, pod an kode kar bedo ka, asepuonje in Bondo sub-county ka wuotho with the help of Rona Foundation. So most of them osekawo example mara, and they are very comfortable with that plantation crop. Then kadhie watch mare, we should also, as a widow, gimawatimo in the climate change. Okay, we should have also the small kitchen garden. Diko nyinadi. Konyo wa ni sameyonge pesa. Ti goyo mana, iluoro mana tok otti, iyuda lot, ti tedo. Ionge gi stress mang'eny ni aonge pesa, anyalo timo magi macha. Now, wan gi challenges mang'eny bende as widows kanyo, nikech wanyalo gombo timo gigi te. To, wan gi challenges like not a lack of capital, mwanyalo purogo. Wan gi challenges like pets. Wan gi challenges like kaka wanyalo puro. And also wan gi challenges adequate of rainfall. Koro jowetena awacho ni being a widow timatek walanduro injili no mondo kikang'owa nyithindwa chandre. Saizi tuko na majenzi hapa, si ndio? Now if I sit back that now I'm a widow, nyathina ok nodhie o nyathina nok nyal dhie a school or a university actually, and there I get a name of Mama Cassava. I urge my sons and daughters mantiere kae, you come in Barkowino, you'll learn a lot. Tuko na vegetable farm, tuko na cassava farm, the agriculture students. Kujeni uone yale widows can do. So we don't sit back there, and we work hard like the widows through the help of the Rona Foundation. Gichoko wakanyakla chiel, wan gi projects mang'eny mwatimo, farming, and wan gi table banking and rope making. We are very happy and we don't sit back idle like widows. Asanteni sana, karibu my students, ujisikie uko kuna farming na uone na usome na you go back and do it back to school. Asanteni sana.
Huyu hata sijaitisha aya makofi basi. All right. Thank you so much. We've been offered an opportunity to go and learn with the widows. Sindio? How many will go and learn? Tunawamark sura. Tutawaita mkuje mlearn. All right, so I would like to take it back to the director and just ask one question, which I know they will also ask. This question I know they will also ask, but what are you doing? That is the question. Like it is, what are you doing for the, what are you doing? I know they will have other questions for you, but I would like you to just respond to us, mnafanya nini? Kwa sababu sometimes we feel like you're not doing anything, or they feel, or we, yes.
I'm Woni Jojote. Thank you, Maxi. I think, let me go back, that we don't make it that elitist. I want to start by answering there's a lady who came from Migwena, right? Kor achiel kuom gik matimoga en romo gi jopiny kama to duoko penjo magin kodo. That's one of the things I do under public participation. But moloyo ahinya gik matimo to ng'eny. To bad naher pimonu en ni achung' ni puodho grube madber dwaro sir. Kuom ranyisi, sani juma mokalo nyocha Nairobi na ni romo moro mar jok miluongo ni African Group of Negotiators, expert support, ma jok madhiga COP. To iye kanyo na romo gi organization moro. duol moro matiyo gi jopur. Tigiwacho nan, "Hey, Gabriel, wanyalo romo kodi Siaya. Wan Siaya to wathagre, in madikonywa. Wadwa group madwa ti kodo madwa sirgi e yore mag pur. To kwadwa group maka chakre, wadwa group mosebedo ka tiyo makwadhi to gin joma tich dhi bedo kodo mayot nikech wadhi wacho gik maging'eyo. Koro mana achiel kuom assignments matimo. Kuma setime magi nikech be bang' penjo mang'eny ok en ga yes isetimo penjo machielo biro bedo to kinyimiwa ranyisi. Ranyisi madamiu ng'eny ma grube mosetimo higa mokalo, higa mar 22 2022 ne be wan gi chenro moro machal gi mano gi jo Lake Victoria Basin Commission. Lake Victoria Basin Commission jo Kisumu to Talanta gi tung'egi gi ni ofis nyong'o kanyo 12th floor. Lake Victoria Basin Commission ne kwayanwa yudo kony moro mar pesa madrom milion 52. Actually milion 102. To milion 102 ni wadwa nwati kodo Busia County gi Siaya County. Koro Siaya County kae in michung' ni weche mag lokruok mag kor lwasi, climate change. Dimiwa grube madwa ti kodo mondo watimane pilot project. Right? Project moro mar ranyisi. Na dier kwasiro oganda e yo makama watudre gi jopiny watwagi wakawo pachgi. Jopiny nyalo yudo jip kaka gidak gi weche mag climate change. Mano watimo kamano mano wayiero group adek. Nitie group miluongo ni Weseso. Ji adi ma ayo be nitie ng'ato uyo makema osewinjo group ni Weseso? Pok uwinjo.
Be usewinjo?
Weseso kanyo nitie group moro mana kaka mama moro kata iluongo ni Mama Soya. Mama Soya ni gine giwacho ni group gi gima gidwa nosir gi kodo kende kaka mine. Gichandre kabisa ni weche mag fees. Gitegemea dichuo dhi tiyo Nairobi. Seche moko ka ndalo Covid cha tich olor onge msara, nyathi to onego dhi school fees no kochul. Donge no chul. Iyude kanye ka jatuo dichuo mande dikel di fees no to okomi msara. Mine gino wacho wan gi mosebet no paro ni wadwa chako puro ma soya. Soya ni waidono gi siro. Nikech kwa ng'ire wan mine ma wuyo maka kata mine ma Siaya mangima. Wan ok wachal jalango ma bro pono chai. Ok wachal ja kisi ma dhako bro nyiedho tero ja kisiro pono kahawa ichulo pesa. Ok wan okuyu mabro kahawa mibro teri puodho. Wana ka kineno wan ni gnambo wani. Koro giwacho ni pur ma soya ni giseyudo gin organizations moko macha ne nitie organization miluongo ni True Food. Mano yie ikre kawo soya go kuom ka kisepuro. Nje ne gipure higa mokwongo gi euro 970,000 shillings mar gima group. Sani gitume higa mar ariyo mok giyudo sir moro amora kuom jo Lake Victoria Basin kata kuom county, but mana kuom soya mane gipuro cha. Sani gikodesha nyaka puothe nitie mine mang'eyo mantie professor Nairobi, onge thuolo mar pur dala, to neno puothe jokwath ketho, ochiwo e lease, mine go timone kamano purone. Mano mana achiel kuom grube mose konyre kodo e yore makamago. Ok ang'e kata kada dhi mbele mokalo kanyo, lakini naparo nikech thuolo mwan go, daher winjo penjo mang'eny kuom jopiny mondo mi waduok. Erokamano.
Thank you very much. Makofi kwake tafadhali. So now I'm coming to you. Sawa sawa. Hello. Hi. We are very ready for Tuesday. Are we ready? All right. So ninulieni zile mikono tena. Ndio microphone inaanza nyuma pale, I believe, ama mahali atataka. Tuulize maswali, so utasimama, usema jina lako, useme swali inaendea nani, umuulize, alafu we pick from there.
Thank you. I'm Brian Onyango. I'm a climate change youth champion, mostly kitchen garden. And I'm also a member of people who are able differently. My first question goes to Director, and this is on public participation. Director, whenever there is an information that there will be a public participation, maybe scheduled to start from 9 a.m., then you find that the moderators or the duty bearers from the executive comes to the venue at during maybe midday, 2 hours later or 3 hours later. So at the end of the day, you find that people are tired and they cannot wait that long, being that most of the people who attend hand to mouth. I don't know why the executive or the duty bearers always don't maintain time. My second question goes to my colleague, who is also a member of the people who are able differently. This is my question. As an advocate for the disabled, in Kenya, we know very well that if you are a member of the disability, you can only get to access all the services when you are registered under the National Council for People Living with Disability. What do you do? Because you know we have a bigger number who are not registered and they cannot access these government services because they are not recognized. They don't have an ID that shows they are disabled. What do you always do? Because I think you should be advocating more on how they can be registered so that they get to access the services. My third question goes to
Brian.
I wanted
Brian.
to. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Not to cut him short, but we need at least a lot of representation in the room. Sawa sawa. Aya sawa. So kindly write the questions down, and then they will answer. They will sum them up together. Sindio. Let's kindly ask one question, tafadhali, and then the next person hivo. So we are taking that was question moja mbili. We take like another 4 after you, and then we are done. Sindio. Aya.
Kwa majina naitwa Willy Sotiende. Ananjada kama Kisumo, kamoro ni Manyata. Penjona dair ni mondo direct penjona director mar climate change. Koro director ki yena to yena penjoni. Wasabedo kuwa about global warming, sindio? So there was this conference in Paris. It was dubbed COP21. During this conference in Paris, the COP21 conference, representations of world countries met there and made a commitment to work towards reducing the global temperature to around 1.5 degrees Celsius, so that at least we contain the menace of global warming, which bring about melting of the ice glaciers. So ilikuwa possible kwa sababu ilikuwa commitment, na through this commitment they were to do activities or other initiatives zenye zingefanya to reduce the global temperature to around 1.5. Hizo activity ndo zinakuwa na tunasemanga adaptation and mitigation approaches, ndio? So these activities zilikuwa the only possible to be conducted through climate financing. So there's this money yenye countries inapatiwanga sana sana countries zenye ziko poor kama Kenya. So hizi pesa kuna through climate financing ndio alikuwa amesema kuna kitu inaitwa FLOCA, si ndio? Funds for locally led climate actions. Question yangu ni simple tu. Pesa no ichi wogato pesa no kone. Agombonge ni pesa no biga kanye. Nikech as I speak as a representative of Manyata B World Climate Change Planning Committee. Committees ginolosi so that they can spearhead locally led climate actions. They can only spearhead locally led climate action through favorable climate financing. Pesa huwa zinatolewa but hazifiki mashinani. So I would wish to understand from you as a representation of the government body where hiyo pesa ya climate ya FLOCA funding inaendaga. Asante.
Asante sana kwa swali. The next people kindly go straight to the question.
My name is Sir Vincent Oremo from Kisumu National Polytechnic, the only man who survives on a necktie in Kisumu Poly. So my question goes direct to the human resource, but human rights practitioner. So my question, as I sat down here, I drafted a lot of questions, but I'll only ask one. So one, it is truly, you will believe with me that unfortunately human rights violations continue to occur around the world. So my question goes direct that how effective are regional human rights courts in addressing human rights violation? I repeat it once more. How effective are regional human rights courts in addressing human rights violation?
Thank you very much for that question. I believe they've written it down and they'll be able to respond to it. I'm taking 2 more questions. 2 more. East side nimenotice hatujaongea. So let's come to Felicity at the back, mwisho pale. Just that so women want to ask questions or women wants to ask questions. Minaga, iune gipenjo kuom jolony manka. Unyatingo baduka ito mondo wapenjane. Go on.
Yes, ujambo wote. Kwa majina ni Abraham Ouma. Na nina swali tu kwa bwana director. Okay, sawa. Nina swali kwa bwana director. Nimetaka tu nijue kama director uko aware na mining inaendelea Abimbo na Wagusu. Na kama ni ndio, ushuru zinasanywa kwa hizo mining zinapelekwa wapi? Ni hiyo tu.
Asante. I like people who ask questions like that, eh? Straight to the point. Please take that lady and then we close the session.
Hello.
I saw that. Hi.
Oyaure uruduta. Kumnyinga lunga ni Pauline Okech au West to Kenya. Penyo nathine director kamai. Director, proposals osetimre. First phase, second phase. To kizungu monde kanyo go dongo. Mamini ma mond liete. Ilungo ni mond ruodhi. Ok yudgi. Koro the third phase. Ango minyalo time. Mane penjo na.
Asante sana for that question. Hizi maswali zimekuwa mingi. Maswali zimekuwa mingi sana. Let's take yours. Let's take his alafu. Since hatujakuwa na menewa wewakao mio achiel kaito biri twawegi kanyo.
Penjo na ni dhi mariere ne climate change. Wachandore kaka mond ruodhi. Wanyalo bet gi orundu matin ma wadolo ma wanyalo keti alot. Kothe sani nitiere ma yot. To wan pod wan gi napidho nyamula, pidho rachar machon maka nyadana cha. To ok dhi maber. Koro ere kaka wanyalo yudo kothe ma dhi mapiyo piyo gi. To ere kaka wanyalo yudo pi moro makata kapidho aloda e tok ot. Kuonde moko aneno ko mimine kata tank matindo tindo mondo gi survive go e loso gige gigo eko. Ere kaka wanyalo yudo gigi. Kech wabet piny, ng'ama mak badwa bende onge.
Erokamano ahinya. Wadhi kao jothurwa ok wanyal kao penjo te. Ok wanyal kao penjo te. Koro wadhi ingeni Kisumu kucho kidi nya chopo. Nya bagi kidi.
And climate champion. Koro gimomi achung kae, in fact I insist because I'm versed with these issues of climate change. And one of the issues I want to ask, if the director may allow me, is that it has happened in many counties. You realize that this formation of these committees are based on political convenience. And it's supposed to be that communities sit down and they elect a person who will lead them in these committees. If I may ask you, are you aware change actions? Globally, 10% lobbying to ensure that it goes beyond the 10% globally. Secondly, we have what we call PCRA. PCRA, the public participation in respect to climate change. It has not been published. I'm also aware, I'm also sure that even this county has not published PCRA so that the community can be able to monitor. If you want to live on the premise of enhancing resilience and reducing vulnerability, you might not achieve much unless you involve the community and you ensure that these PCRA are published. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One last question. T-shirt ya red ilikuwa imeinua mkono sana. And then now we close and we come back on this other side. And if there is time, I'm not promising, if there is time, we might come back for 2 or 3 questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Ade Minza, and my question goes directly to Ms. Joy Wanga. So here's the question. I would like to know how you've used art into advocating for climate change. And I would also like to know if there's a linkage between climate change and SRHR. Please explain. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Asante sana. So that's the last question. We are going back to this other side. So we will start. Tuanze na wapi? Tuanze na director joko na maswali mengi, si ndio? So let's start with the director to answer all questions together, gather hapo ndani. And then we go to the others hivyo hivyo, and then we finish. Wangapi wako njaa? Hata una nguvu ya kuinua mkono. Pole manzi. Wacha let's answer the somebody ameraise huko nyuma ameload akaona inue. So let's listen to the responses. If you feel the response is not adequate, they are still here. You can go to them directly after this and ask niaje huku nipatia hii jibu vizuri. Sawa sawa? Haya.
Asante sana Maxi Daniel. Asanteni kwa maswali yenu. Nitajaribu kuyajibu kwa ufasaha jinsi inavyowezekana na jinsi mwelekezi alivyotuambia. Usiporidhika ama usipotosheka, tafadhali bado niko hapa. Namba yangu ya simu nipeane tu mbele 0722697471. Kwa minajili ya mara nyingi inakuwa ni watu wanaelewana vyema tukizungumzana. Lakini mambo ya kuuliza na kujibu saa zingine mtu atosheki. Namba 0722 Okane kidio. Tafadhali 697-471. Penjo mane wairo mokuongo. This was from Brian. My first response is going to Brian's issue. That was on the late arrival of public officers, of government officers for public participations. Yes, I'm aware it's a common occurrence, but at times we usually say due to unavoidable circumstances, and we've said it so many times until it sounds like an escapist answer. But it does happen. Like, for example, there's a vehicle breakdown, there's a logistical issue. I know it does happen, but we try as much as possible, as much as practicable, as much as it depends on us, to actually attend those public participations in time. However, Maxi, we also ask ourselves the same questions in some of the venues we go to. Just last week, but one, I was doing an exercise involving public engagement. And Maxi, this is a situation where, under the flock arrangement somebody is asking here, communities have done their own proposals, right? And the donors' requirements are, yes, before you conduct that proposal, let's first of all get to know that the proposal they've submitted won't have injurious effects on environment and the social. It won't disrupt the social status. And so we want you to do an exercise called environmental impact assessment before we finance. I invite people to come for the environmental impact assessment for the project they proposed, right? They've written in the project beneficiaries are about 120 households. You get there, you find 3 people have come for public participation. You know, it would just be a little bit. Actually, it shows lack of honor. It's a two-way traffic system. Nijo piji bende obede tayari kuomwankej. Wasetimo ginegi mangeny, civic participation gimangeny. Maseche moko penjo moko biro tino. These are the normal prototype answers. Onge kumagitiro wae. Daher kiwa kama, because I see this somewhere in the title called for action points. And I would want to combine it with what somebody, I don't know whether it was you, Maxi, I think in the documentary, translating the Constitution of Kenya in Luo. Me, I took it like that is an action point to me from me would be, maybe in collaboration with Rona, can we start translating the Siaya County Climate Change Act 2021 into Luo? Because it's very true. Actually, our women here, the thing is written in English. Honestly, the very fact that it's in English actually disorients them from even engaging with that document. So you are right. So, my response is now, and as a response measure, yes, but even as we wait, because most of the time when we get into the public participation, we realize people are also not organized in thoughts, right? And can we then start, so that it doesn't just happen as an annual event, but it's an exercise that some other things lead to that public participation. Like, for example, that mama who talked of Migwena, they proposed water, and indeed she saw the borehole had been drilled, right? And the water still is not reaching them wherever they were. So I would expect in the next public participation, or even before that, because what comes to mind is not that we do public participation, but we even accept written memoranda. So in the next point, they would just write in a memorandum, yes, we still have a water issue to deal with. The water we got, but it's still not reaching our place. What do we want to do? We want to see it piped up to our place, right? But the story of Migwena is even beyond that, because there's also the issue of water quality. Mama pigu no kano kuny enbi mutu muchumbi beka bisa. A number of times, I said the Kanya Migwena enbi ma mil magada inta kimod. Right? So probably the whole thing may not be the thing that works for them satisfactorily. So, Brian, that would be the issue. We beg for understanding. Of course, where possible, we try as much as possible to be on time, but circumstances delay you. Even me, I was supposed to be here. I should even start early myself. I was supposed to be at 8:30. But I get into the office, I'm told we have auditors of locker. And in your office, they have to respond. So I'm torn between what do I do? If I move away, the auditors will tell me this is a hostile audit. If I fail to turn up for the event of Rona, we'll never call him again. So we toil between those circumstances. I hope you understand. Question number 2 was from Willis of Manyata. Willis, Paris Agreement, global warming, reducing temperatures to below 1.5 degrees centigrade. You only cut short, Maxi only cut you short by, otherwise you would have mentioned the reduction of emissions, but you didn't go to that extent. But your question was a very simple one. One, pesa hazifiki mashinani. Climate financing hazifiki. And this would actually call for further public engagement, yeah? Because unajua ukisema pesa hazifiki, mi pale nimekaa nimejua pesa hazikuwa za kufika mashinani. And that is the impression that we got, and even with Rona, right? The government financing is done, you do your request, the government has its way of ensuring that the request is done, right? Like, for example, you might want in Manyata a borehole to be drilled, and you do your beautiful quotation, 1.6 million. And so you will be waiting for 1.6 million into your account to do the borehole. Government does not work like that. That's not the way we expend public money. Public money is, yes, he has gotten his proposal. It has come to me. What do they want? Water. I look for the expert in water. These guys want this thing. Can you design it in a way that it will meet their needs? Then they do their design. They do their bill of quantities. The works get contracted. Because for you to get the water, definitely there has to be a contract on site, whether you want a borehole, whether you want whatever. And then government, the way government works, it will be those services. You actually want that service of water. You don't want the money. So the money is only there to facilitate the establishment of that facility. And that's what happens. But for the flocker you are talking about so far, like in Siaya, we've not commenced any projects. This is just the first year the monies have come. And maybe you need to understand further. Yes, you could be referring to monies that have come previously. Yes. But for the previous 2 years, the previous year, we've had what the World Bank calls county institutional support. Now, institutional support is not meant to do the project, but it's meant to set up structures, like you're now seeing the World Climate Change Committees and training them. That is what that money was meant to do. So hizo pesa hazikuwa za kufika mashinani. Pesa huko wewe ngoje kama kuna kazi. Na kama hukuomba kazi, honestly hakuna kitu cha kuona huko. Kama mkuona kitu cha kuku. Ilikuwa ni Abraham, mambo ya mining, Abimbo na Wagusu. Kuna ushuru. Serikali ya chenye inaweza kuwa nimejua, labda niseme hivi, kwa mambo ya mining bado kuna sintofahamu. Sintofahamu ni kwamba it's not a devolved function, sio shughuli ya ugatuzi, mambo ya kuregulate mining, right? Lakini kuna vitu vinaendelea katika mining ambazo ni kazi za serikali ya ugatuzi. Niseme kwa mfano pollution, tunaingilia. When we county checks, I would say businesses, single business permits, wale ambao wanafanya biashara crushers, kuna mtu amechukua leseni, sasa analipia pesa hiyo leseni. Now leseni kwa minajili ya kuruhusiwa kufanya biashara, right? Lakini kwa mambo ya mining kuna mambo mengine mengi ambayo zinaendelea na uchafuzi wa mazingira na nini na kadhalika, ambazo bado zinakuwa ngumu kidogo. Kuna utashwishi kidogo kati ya mining, jinsi hiyo kazi inafaa iendeshwe, but nimejua kuna hayo yanaendelea. Lakini kwetu pia, if you were to talk to them, and thank you for this chance because it also gave me chance to address them, mara nyingi tunaona ile tunaweza itwa ukichwa ngumu. Mimi mwenyewe binafsi na kusanya kile walinifanyia kubwa. Baada ya kukula sasa unatapenda ushawishi bana, inahitaji mfae muwe na leseni ya kufanya baruti ya kulipua vitu, because hiyo milipuko sana sana hapa Uyawi imelipuka mpaka inaharibu ukuta wa darasa. And worst of it, kuna mmoja ililipuka saa 12 jioni ikapata mama mjamzito aliavya mimba, it aborted just because of hiyo mshtuko ya mlipuko. Sasa hapo ndio tunafunzana hao jamaa walipuzi wa mines. Mtu ambaye anafanya na kulipua, right? The person using the explosives should be licensed, and by being licensed it means they are made aware of how to do the explosives. You should alert people in time, ndio mtu asishtuke, right? When it comes to my big, nikaongea na watu wa Bimbo, anaitwa Steve Odari, msimamizi wa huko, kaambia inafaa muwe na hizi vitu, kwa ndio saa zile umepatikana na ajali, kabla kulikuwa na insurance unafidiwa, kwa maana wewe ulikuwa umejihami. Hii ni vitu kama tu ajali barabarani bana. Miezi chache baadaye kukawa na kile, and the governor called me. Mining is probably you are concerned. What's up? What do you think I would have to tell him? There, I told you about this. It's mlisema kifo ni kitu ya kawaida. Sasa usaidizi gani unataka? So those are some of the things that issues in mind. Proposals hazijafika. Pauline, hiyo ndio swali yako. Yes. Coffee. Proposals. Tufanye namna gani? Fanya hivi. Usiogope. Andika kwa Kijaluo proposal yako. Actually, there's a group in South Game. Walitoa tu page moja ya hii. Sisi tunatona wamesema minutes, hiyo ndio kitu. Language should not be a barrier. Hata ukikose mtu wa kuandika, kuna vijana wengi, we can give support to whoever wants the proposal to be written. Nasema hawa watu wako hapa wengi, wakina Maxia wanikumwambia kuna mtu West Ugenya pale, and upatie support ile kizungu kidogo, si atakuja. We are ready to do that. Thank you so much. Pardon? Ema wacho. Actually, proposal kaka okini gimoni e proposal no. Mana duachi. Mana kaka miyo moro no wacho ke nwa wadwaro mine alot chando, wadwaro kad gi yud pi. Okiwacho wacho ni wadwaro tange mag pi. Mondo konywa go mayot kamano. Onge kisungu mang'eny mindike, but wando koro abro loke kisungu. Aparo mana adhi kodo mayot atemo dhi piyo piyo mondo jowetena piano yud thuolo mag duoko.
Yes.
Ne nitie miyo moro no penjon how do we access support for vegetables? Aparo ne gima sewacho no. Un gurube kamine, un gi kwayo kaila no. Ketru piny. Ward administrator inyalo chopo kod gin kwayo namba na be asechiwo unyalo chiwo mondo me tudre kik waber ng'ikruok e tudruok kamano erokamano. Bana ma Kisumo 10% Global Adaptation Fund pesa ne okrom, pesa okrom ga seche duto kata mani odi. Gimitimoga en ni mae pesa mango ang'o ma datimie maber gi pesa ni e samanie kodeni nikech pesa be tek kano. Donge ing'eyo ng'ama dichuo ning'eyo pesa tek kano. Koro gima ng'eny ji temo timo en ni kata na those commitments pinje mang'eny wacho like wacho ni week mokalo nyan Nairobi in the African Group of Negotiators Network one negotiating COP21 COP29 mabiro Azerbaijan be mar 11 ni wan kaka jo Africa wadhi wachang'o right. Jopinje osebedo ka wacho ni gibro kelo $100 billion every year. Poka gichopo ga pesa magi wacho kata mabiro normal World Bank ni okochopo kwan no. Watim nang'o? Wawenu ke chuchiwo ga matin kose watik matin maginga kodono. Matin maginga kodono. Koro e program kaka mana wacho ni mar floka ni arrangement en kama. Giwacho ni yes, ne wachiwre ni wabiro chiwo pesa. Lakini mondo migino konji maber wadwa nunu kaka serikali ogo chiw maru. Co-funding. Counties te mayudo pesa mar climate change finance nigi county co-funding. Nitie pesa mana mar county won mabe timo gigo. Mano en achiel kuom yore mar neno ni pesnigi ibiro chiw e kinde duto. Aka ichiwo mari en kichiwo mari taba chiwo koro waduto wan stakeholders. Waduto pesa wan kanyo. Gino mako wate. To ken World Bank kende to gineno seche moko watimo gik mang'eny Africa. To nikech en World Bank kende dhano wawe akethre kamano. PCRA poko bedo published. Right. Maru ma Kisumu. Icha duoko wokucha no se gol no wok report. Answer you do.
Okay.
But he said he has just said Mario say go to Kisumu.
Okay,
yes.
okay.
But then all the PCRA project, because it was a requirement of the donor, for the counties to get the money, the PCRA report has to be there. What probably needs to be happened and what we can advocate across the country or across the counties, yeah, is now for the public disclosure of those PCRA reports and the climate change action plans. Thank you.
Makofi kwake tafadhali. All right, so I'm hoping that I may respond to the questions according to venye mlikuwa mna expect, but in case haja respond to the way you wanted, he is still around. He has given you his contact. Mnaweza mtembelea kwa ofisi yake Siaya pia, just to get more feedback on the same. So for the next speakers, I have been, kuna karatasi imeinuliwa juu nimeambiwa niko na exactly 3 minutes. So tafadhali, tutumie hiyo 3 minutes, tumalize hii. One minute.
So thank you very much. I think I have 1 or 2 questions. One was from Brian, and Brian was talking about the document. Miluongo ni disability card. Tinde waluongo ni disability certificate. And he was asking, ni how comes ni for you to get service nyakibedi disability card or certificate? That's the wrong information. Disability card 1 is for the identification. ID kata in godo koti yonge goto nyaki yud services mag government. Don't Identification mondo wangeni in gi ng'ol. 2, it is to help the national government to know in its data ni how many people are with disability in Kenya. 3, this card is to help you be notified when you are not around, when you are away. For instance, apply for employment. And government, Siaya County to be specific, do a rock out 10 people with disability out of 100. Article 35, sorry, Article 54 governing constitution, watching atamalo beach, 5% of employment must be persons with disability. How are they going to attain that? Tere kaka gibro ngeyo ni ngani ngamo apply ni disability. It is only through identification. Nikech sani ka umia list man gi ji 100. To column en mana name, gender, to gi contact. Be anyalo nge ni ngani ni acha ni if you have disability or rather PWD to take. Don't at the end of this meeting, wabro yudo ni person with disability adima no attend kai meeting. To kane waonge kai no ora information to ko oro card ko oro ndiko barua to attach gi that card. Bro konyo the director mondo ngeni wadwa employee ni wan gi ji abich man gi disability mo apply. So automatically it menade imi opportunity. So card is only there to help you get other opportunities. For instance, kia import motoka. Person with disability will import vehicle with tax exemption. How are they going to know ngamongi ya motoka ni disability? And mana through what? That card. Another thing ma adwa wacho. Awinjo ko wacho ni he is a person with different ability. I want us to leave this place informed. Onge terms moko mang'eny midowacho. You want to modify it, you want to sexualize it, you want to do it. It is persons with disability. Kama intiere no go to a document ni UN Convention on the Right of Persons with Disability. That's the biggest with disability. Kwa duoge Kenya ka wangi constitution. Persons with disability. Kwa duoge county sa yopo ni Siaya nigi Disability Act Siaya County. And bendo chako wacho person with disability. And why are we talking of person with disability? I wadwaro new example. Ichukua hizo crutches. Hii moja weka tu hapo. Weka tu hapo chini. Sani kaun ng'ato kodonjo ka. Sani kama beten. Todwa person with disability. Obro dirne. Nango. Nikecho tingo crutches. Koro crutches a disability. So before you see my crutches, you see me. I am a person. So the person comes first, then disability comes later. A mommy or actually a person with disability. So I have a question number 2 about the human rights defender. How effective is the human rights courts? The regional human rights courts. What I want to tell you, they are effective. And manani Kenya as a whole. Kenya nigi a lot of corruptions. Makatagi mitimo makare nyaka watime yango. Yeah. Sanine waneno kajo human rights te jiu owuok donge. Wan kai gi boni. Donge. Isewinjo ni boni omaki. But courts wa nigi issues manyaka pesa donje yango. Yeah. And that's why sechimoko effectiveness ma courts wa oknenre. But most of the courts on human rights are very effective. Otherwise, thank you very much and may God bless you.
All right, let's hear from Joy. And Joy is asking for 2 volunteers hapa tafadhali. Just 2 people. Come, mbio.
I need help to answer my question.
Yes, kindly come.
Ada ameuliza how is SRHR and climate change related?
Wanakuja
and how I
watatu.
use art to do that. Wawili. See too. You're representing climate change. you are SRHR. So now I want you to Smamoki face Maxi, then Smamoki face Heavy. I now move back. I now hold it. Hold it. So Rabel and I represent SRHR. Alafu Emmanuel and I represent climate change. So I'm going to read a few, like 2 sentences, and then we see how climate change and SRHR are related. So, pampas and all the fish are dead. You are climate change and you are SRHR. Gani ndo iko directly affected. And you directly affected, you take a step forward. Climate change. So, the thing that is directly affected, you take a step forward, okay? But hamwachani. Nimerusha pampas kwa lake, ama pads kwa lake, and all the fish are dead. All the fish are dead. Now our kids, now our kids can't afford to go to school and have to trade sex to get food. Can climate change move without SRHR? When the lake is not working, or rather, when the lake doesn't give produce, see, we are affected. See, we will lack food. That is how climate change and SRHR are related. How am I using art? This is how I'm using art. This is what we do in Talanta, Africa. Thank you.
Makofi kwa volunteers. Makofi kwa volunteers. Hawa sasa ndio watu tunafaa tuite mahali kama hapa. Wanatufunza na practical, si ndio? All right, all right. Was there a question directed to you? I think it was responded by the director. Yeah. So I think this should mark the end of our panel today. Before tupige makofi ngoja kwanza. Ngoja. Nataka tusimame kidogo kwa wale ambao tunaweza simama. Nyinyi panel yangu tulia tu. Aya, stretch, nyosha pale. Stretch, stretch. Hata kama umeketi, unaweza bado stretch mikono, kama unaweza. Stretch shingo. Nataka sasa tuklapie hii panel na mimi. Si ndio? Sasa wangapi wanajua ile makofi ya kalabanda? Tunaijua? Aya, dry run. Kalabanda. Kalabanda. Señorita. Newcomers. Nataka msikie, sawa? Wenye hawajawahi sikia hii makofi. Sikieni kwanza alafu tutafanya pamoja. Tuende wenye wanajua kalabanda. Kalabanda. Señorita. Tumelani wote. Wawinjo pamono. Kawacho ni kalabanda tuamie rhythm. Donge. Wago wani wasani gini. Sani korona wasani wate. Donge. Aya, from top. Koro, sasa tunaklapiwa sasa. Mkwe tayari to receive. Sawa? Aya, tuende from the top. Kalabanda. Kalabanda. Señorita. Señorita. Asanteni sana. As they leave the stage, unaweza keti niite MC akuja amalize aite Steve Biko alafu tumalizie kabisa, sivyo? MC ako around ama niite tu Mr. Biko? Steve Biko, could you kindly join us here? Makofi ya Steve wakati anakuja tafadhali. All right, sawa. Kindly, let's listen from Biko and then from there tutafunga tuende tukule, I hope. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Maxi. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Hey. Kechemo mi okoro watu wono Maxi yawa Luedo. Makofi tafadhali. So wamefanya kazi nzuri. Tunajua muda ambao alikuwa nao ulikuwa mfupi, lakini akaweza kumaliza, si ndio? So I know I'm the only one standing between us and lunch, and already seeing the team preparing and ready for us. But as we started in the morning, tulisema kuwa yale ambayo tutajadili, tunataka kuwa na some action points, si ndio? Ya kuwa tusikuje tu hapa tukaongea na yakaishia hapa. So I noted down a few points that we addressed. Number one, hii imetoka kwangu, hii kutoka kwetu, hii imetoka kwangu. I know wherever you are, kuna chupa ya plastic. Ukweli ama uongo? Pale nyuma mnanisikia? Wherever you are, kuna chupa ya, tafadhali iokote. Naona zingine bado ziko chini, tafadhali iokote. Akwa ini kwanye chupa mar plastic man butino. Abro nyisi gi metimo kode. Aneno chupa ni moko pon ni piny. Very good. Koro kaki make no. Ka ng'o wuok ka, to wabro dhi kuma dhi loge cha. Nitie dustbin moro mwa dhi lute chupni go. Ok kamano. Donge wamedo puonjre, to wamedo rito alwora marwa, donge? Nikech ka wabiro ka dongo yudo ka space ni en space moro ma nyadhi sana. Donge oler. To dong dwa en wawe kendo ka koler cha. Kamano. Aya, mar ariyo. Rona Foundation, the issue mokel mar civic participation, especially from the women group in county governance issues. Koro as an action point, Rona Foundation, Steve Intie, okay. Aneno Philip Gitim nebe ni yoko kachacha. Koro Rona Foundation, you'll assist us in analyzing the participation mar women and widow group in governance issues in Siaya County, taking advantage of the widows law that is now in place. Oh, come on, director. Yes, yes. So that is a second action point. Third is around setting up kitchen gardens. Si kuna mmoja aliongea hapa. There's a mama who aliongea hapa akaeleza jinsi we can take advantage of setting up kitchen gardens kuhakikisha kuwa wan gi chiemo kumora marama wantie. Sami puro muogo kati pidha lote toko die rundu ni kachacha. Okibro dwaro ni dwaro 3,000, 2,000. Donge nena gimoro ma samorin gi kodhi moko kanyo to enena kume ibirene ti bolo kanyo donge. Donge ibro yudo chiemo. Kamano. Koro mano ji adimo yie ne gidhi timo mano ka gidok dala. Ingeni ko kitimo to ine makech bro kai. Okan. Okamano. Abadhi timo. Okay? I will also go and set up a kitchen garden in my home. But I encourage you to also do that on your behalf. Yeah. Kadhi machielo on PCRA, I think the director clarified on that matter, that the action point that we need to get from there is to ensure public disclosure. E wach mar PCRA ni. Koro kae ke bendo director, daere ni monda tudie gi Rona. Mondo uneka kunyacha kickstart this conversation to ensure that public is aware about it and how they can engage. Uye na kamano, Rona gi director. Kamano. Kadhi mogik, ano second last. Translation of critical documents into understandable languages. Director wachonwa kani kapo ni nitie gino midwaro, kony midwaro kata midwaro ofise. Dik kata mana gi dholuo. Mano commitment. Ok kamano. What the director said is, if you need any assistance in his office, or even you need to make an application, and you feel you're not conversant with English or Swahili, do that formally in writing in Luo language. Mano commitment madongo onego mamie lwedo yao. Okwa pamne matin. Ko so kidhi office moro mar to ginyisi ga kamano. Ok kamano donge. Obe nyaka waduok ne lwedo kuom yie mar miwa that commitment. So that is something that we'll also appreciate and are looking forward to following up on. Finally, no, I think I've mixed the two. I've mixed the two on translation of documents, including the applications to Flocker. So I think with that, then, Duoko nu erokamano kuom kao chenro maru kende mar mondo ubi walalre kendo wayud kaka wayudo actions e wechego kata gigo ma midhiero go mwayudo kata challenges mwayudo kumoro amora ma wantie. Kamano ng'ano ma feel ni bedo ka chakre okinyi nyaka sani waketho ne sa, ting'na lweti malo. Wacho ni nobody. It means there's no one here who feels like we've wasted their time since we started in the morning up to now. Kamano. All right. Koro kotieko kamano to kara daher ni mondo waduok ne Bwana Steven kipaza sauti mondo otieknwa kendo lornwa session ni. Maybe ng'ato bro teronwa alarm ka wadhi pango. Aneno ka jomoko chose kwalo ng'wecho biriedo.
Erokamano sana kamaradi. Thank you so much everyone. Adamo da kwa ng'ata chielo olamnwa to lam nyaka chiemo mondo walore. Erokamano. Veronica bibia kon.
Tunaomba. Mighty Father, you are there for us. We thank you for the beautiful day. We thank you for all the discussion as the human beings. Lord God, here we are. Father, we are going to take the meals. We pray that whatever we are going to take, Lord God, it is from you and it may build us as a human beings. Father, as we are going to take the meals and maybe thereafter we leave to our various destination. Lord, be in front, want in heaven. Lord, be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth. Forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from Jesus Christ. Amen.
All right, so we welcome you for lunch. Please, mnaenda tu pale. We have the comrades from Sita Rusha Mawe campaign who are going to help you in terms of those who need special access or special assistance to serve. Ero Rukamano, over to you, DJ Dimore.
Police, I guess a new generation.